Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, effective planning and budgeting are essential for success. SAP BPC 10.1 offers a robust solution for financial planning, consolidation, and reporting. Let us dive into SAP BPC 10.1, a vital tool in the realm of enterprise performance management. SAP BPC 10.1 stands for SAP Business Planning and Consolidation version 10.1. In simple terms, it's a software solution designed to streamline financial planning, budgeting, forecasting, and consolidation processes within an organization. SAP BPC 10.1 delivers significant benefits: a 70% cut in budget cycle times and a 50% drop in financial close times. This translates to enhanced efficiency. With real-time financial insights, decisions are made swiftly, driving strategic growth. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know about SAP BPC 10.1, from its core functionalities to practical applications. We'll walk you through step by step. Get ready to unlock the full potential of this game-changing tool. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of BPC. 2. Strategy and roadmap. 3. Modeling aspects in BPC. 4. Versions of SAP BPC. 5. Configuring environments and dimensions. Let's dive in.
So first of all, we'll understand what is BPC, how BPC come into existence, what are the predefined functionalities available before BPC, and why SAP has taken BPC into picture. Okay, so first thing first, so we'll see BPC. BPC stands for our business planning and consolidation. So business, what kind of business it would ask for, and how the business will work in the BPC scenario, how the plannings are work, since in FI or if in BW also we will have some kind of plannings and all interfaces. But why we are choosing BPC, not BW? Why we are choosing, means why BPC is a superior as compared to other planning modules? And consolidation will deal about my intercompany eliminations and journal postings as well as my ownerships and others. So why we are doing consolidation as well in the BPC part. So we will discuss this in our today's session. Our agenda for today's meeting is introduction to BPC, and under this we will understand how this came into picture, what are the advantage, what are the disadvantage, how to achieve our final goal with a BPC point of view. Okay. Under this one, we have included some examples, okay, to provide a purpose scenario, okay. So though it is not a 100% confirmed scenario, so just we have tried to provide you an example, okay, of the via images and others, so that it will work in our perspective, in our direction. Okay, so BPC stands for business planning and consolidation. Okay, so I will provide an example. Okay, suppose tomorrow we'll have a forecast or that tomorrow rain means thunderstorm will be there, or rainy, actually it's quite rainy. Okay, and you need to step out to market to purchase your goodies or vegetables or something. So what are the first what are the first thing you will carry when you are heading to market, though you have a forecast that it's a rainy season and you don't have an umbrella or you don't have anything to cover up? So what are the things which you will carry, or what are the things which you will have in your mind when you think that, yeah, tomorrow I need to step out to market and I need to purchase the goodies or vegetables? So first thing first, what I told you is since I don't have an umbrella or anything, okay, to carry. So what happened? First of all, the forecast will happen. Okay, so once the forecast will happen, then means first of all we have planned that tomorrow I need to go to market, and then I check the weather, and then the forecast that tomorrow is a rain. So first what I will do, first thing is like, first we have planned. First planning will come, followed by the forecasting. And since we don't have an umbrella, then what we will do is we will allocate a budget that, yeah, I need umbrella for like $20, $10, $30, what it is. Okay. So first of all, the planning will come. So under this planning, we will do the planning for the forecasted versions. And under the forecasted versions, we will do the budgeting. Okay, so these are the basic three pillars of the BPC: planning, budgeting, and forecasting. So under this, this is my planning, budgeting, and forecasting. Okay, so see, there are different kind of planning as well. So if you are doing budgeting in any domain, like in Oracle, in UI, in finance, or in BW, in any domain, if you are doing any budgeting, first thing what we need to see is our historical data, right? Right, our historical data, our historical figures, that how the historical data or historical figures are different, and what are our predictions going forward, right? This is what we are planning, right? Based on our historical data to forecast the values, and based on those forecast figures, we are doing the exact budget. Okay, so this is how BPC also works. Okay, so first the planning will take place, and after planning the budget will come, and the budget and then forecast will be there. Okay, so it is a single view of financial and operational data. So when I say a single view, so what does this means? If you go from top up approach or bottom up, bottom down approach, it is a one specified solution to your input and output of the data from one end to other end, from the last to the first. Okay. And the second question is why BPC came into existence. We have different modules as well. Okay, where we are using the data like Fury or BW or finance. Then why BPC come into picture? So since during introduction, I heard that some of you guys from finance domain and Oracle domain also. So we have these things also in different system as well, or different client interface as well. Then why we are reading BPC on this one? Means why BPC is different as compared to other clients. So see, there is a slight difference. Means BPC means why BPC is like, see, everyone right now in front of us, they want to see the front end, right? We are not interested in our backend system. If someone will say, I want to see something like a report or something, I will not quickly go to BW and log into GUI and say that, boss, see, this is my report, how it looks like. We have 10 different buttons. Okay, if you want to update anything, you can press this. If you want to reload anything, you can press this. If you want to do a process chain work, you can do this. Okay, so and this looks very cozy. If you will see the one screenshot which is there over here in the chat. So in the chat also, if you have shared me the install software one. Okay, so here if you could see the component release, SP level, and all these are like grinding up in a single frame. Okay, means everything is there, and I don't want this unusual information like SP level. I don't have any idea on SP level. I don't have idea on support packages. Okay, so all things are coming in a single gateway, and I don't need these things, because for client I don't need this thing. I just want my values, I just want my dimensions, I just want my module, or I just want my interface. Okay, so BPC will provide you a flexibility that what data you are having, it will come directly to your system. Okay, so let's take an example. So if you will go to different module, you will see A, B, C, D. So we suppose A, B, C, D, E, and their values are suppose 100, and this value is 200, this value is 300, this value is 400. Okay, but if you will go over here, the patch number also written A1, and this patch number is B1. Let's example patch number is C1, followed by this is G1, and different support values means ABC something. Some values are also written in our BW1. Okay, or different domain. Okay, but if you will see, this is our backend system, or if you will see from client point of view, client doesn't require these datas, right? So client is concerned about this data only. He don't want this data that, "Okay, I want to see this data, how the patch version is working, how the client interface is working, and how the values are working." So what BPC will do is, BPC will put a filter that what data you want to use. Okay, we will just filter that data, and we will show that data to you according to your need. This is how BPC is. Okay, if you will go to ECC and others, so we will have 10 different columns. Okay, under those 10 different columns, there are merely 4 to 5 columns which are for our use, not more than that. But we need, if we need to open that, and if we need to hit the target, it will come like 10 different to 20 versions, like 1000 of record, 1000 of record, and I don't have anything. I don't want to see all the thousand of records at a time. I just want to see like, yeah, was for this XYZ cluster, like a APAC cluster, EMEA cluster, or different XYZ cluster. So what I will do is just I will filter APAC cluster. So under this, I will see 10 different reports. That's it from my side. If I want to see EMEA cluster, I want to see 10 different things. That's my side. Okay. So this is how BPC will provide a flexibility. Okay. So before introduction to BPC, what we are doing is we are doing reporting and all in BW format only. So under this BW format also, we have varied kind of reportings and everything. But the thing is there is no flexibility. What is there in the system, that is what is getting populated in our front screen. And we don't and to be frank, we don't want these values. We just want the values which we are using. So after that, what happens? So it will lead to like data duplication as well, means lot of data, different chunks of data and all. So then BPC come into existence, and under this BPC, they said that yeah, this is a front end one, though BPC don't have a support system. Okay, so it is fully relying on our BW1. Okay, that's why we are doing the mapping and all. Okay, so what we did is we have done the transformation like mapping. That boss, we want these datas only. So bring those datas so that it would be good for me as well and for system as well. So the advantage of BPC is first would be my memory. Okay, so we will use less memory. Okay, and second one is my flexibility. Third one is my time complexion. So these are the means more important scenarios while introduction to BPC. Like the memory, suppose if you will see open any report, it will take in BW, it will take like 10 MB or 5 MB caches and all. Okay. In BPC, if you will make a filter and open a report, it will probably take 1 or 2 MB of the values memories. Okay, so the remaining CPU load will be get distributed as well. 3 MB. That's why BPC is faster as compared to my BW. Okay. Second one is my flexibility. It provides you an additional flexibility to filter the values based on your requirement. Okay. Or filter the values based on your requirement on the columns as well. Time complexity. If you want to make any changes in the value with limited appropriate time, you can just change the value in the front end. And if you want to reload the value in BW, then you can push the BPC value to BW. Okay. So this is how BPC come into picture, and these are the advantage of BPC. See, under BPC in BW, if you will go to BW, we will have lot of columns and rows. Okay, so while hitting the rows and columns, so it will show me all the existing values which are available in the screen. Okay, there is no filter in the data, right? But in BPC, while during transformation only, if we made a filter that boss, we need these XYZ values in my report, XYZ report. So what I can do is if I put filter, so BPC will pick up only those values and it will show the value with that combination only. Then what will happen? The memory power means earlier in BW it is taking suppose 5 MB of data, 5 MB memory. Okay, then in BPC it will take hardly around 1 or 2 MB of memory. Okay, so that's why it is faster, and it provide me flexibility as well on the data. Means if I want to show the actual in a grayed out version that we can't input any values, so actual would be in grayed out version, and planned if I want to show my planned value is in my edit ready version, so we can do that also in the report as well via different formats. And time complexion, yeah, it will take less time while executing the report as compared to my BW. So that's the case. BPC is much more faster and flexible, and these are the advantage of BPC as compared to different modules. That's why we are using BPC as our front end, and BPC is that much popular over here. So this is a technical one. Okay. So technical guy will understand these parts very clearly. But from business point of view, they will say, I don't care, boss. I just need this XYZ thing. So how you are maintaining, whether you are maintaining in Hyperion, Fury, or BPC, I don't care. I just want to this simple kind of data. Okay. So let me be clear on this point. In functional view, if suppose business wants to lock any version, locking, we can't do any unlocking in our BW version directly. But in BPC, we have data locking version. If suppose business want a value, business has changed the value of A from 100 to 500, and business want that, yeah boss, I don't want anyone to override this value. So what business will do, business will go to A with cell and he will lock the value like that, so that no one will able to make any changes, whether any technical guy is there available or any functional one. Okay, so BPC will explain you this locking functionality, and that different would be my version. So BPC, if suppose you want a XYZ version is there, suppose there are different versions like actual, forecast. So what we will do is, if suppose we want to copy a version from actual to forecast in BW, what we will do, we will just go to actual, we will copy the value and we will paste the value in forecast. But in BPC, with a one click or one shot, we can copy all the actual value to forecast. And if suppose business want all forecast value, business said that, yeah, I have posted some 5,000 lines of my forecast value. I just want those 5,000 forecast value to convert into my budget value. So business will just go to forecast tab and it will just click on that tab. It will just copy my forecast value to my budget value. Okay. And third one is my user perspective. So under this user perspective, how the scenario is like, business, suppose business want a cost center planning. Okay. So under the cost center planning in BW, we need to remember the characteristics or key figures, that both these are my key figures, these are my characteristics, and these are my cubes. Under these cubes, the data is coming upon, and this is how I am looking. But in BPC, we don't need to go to 3 4 different pages or understanding of different scenarios, that yeah, this is my report manual or all. We just go to a connection, we will go to a cost center report, and once we'll go to a cost center report, we will able to see the cost center report full picture in the system. Okay, and if suppose business want to look at in quarter basis, monthly basis, yearly basis, 3 year basis, they can just select the time for Q1 for quarter, month means MOM, YOY. So like that they will do, it will show the data in, it will adjust the same data in the same Excel format which is available in your screen from functional point of view, so that business will not dependent on the technical user, that boss, I need to call a technical user so that they can change the report from month basis to year basis or year basis to week basis or like that. So BPC will provide this much flexibility to a functional guy to understand how the reports are working, and if they want to make any changes in the data, they can able to change the data. And if they don't want to post the data, they say that, ki boss, I have a meeting at 1 o'clock and I don't want to show my end-to-end data from ECC to BPC what it is coming, because I want to change my BPC figures since these are not correct in BW. Then what business will do, they will just edit the value in BPC and they can show it to the business, and they can push back the same value from BPC to BW and ECC forward as well. So this is the functional understanding, and it provides a simplicity and the standardization of all kind of reports with a proper channel and format. Okay, so I hope I am clear on this, a technical aspect as well as the functional aspect of VPC. So what I mean is, suppose we have a meeting and right now I realize that, yeah boss, the value of A which is coming from BW all the way from ECC to BW to BPC is not correct. It should be in my record, it should be 300. But right now it is coming as 500, because what the value is coming in BW, BPC is showing that value only. So what we can do is, we can create a posting, means we can create a posting of minus 200 in BPC only, and we can just execute the report so that in the report it will show 300 to my scenario, and we can cross verify as well with the system, with the business, whether this is working fine or not. And if they feel that, yeah, this is the correct one, then we can push back the same data, means we can export the same data from BPC to BW and do the further adjustments as well, because we don't have time to go to ECC and run the process chain. And once this process chain will get complete, then we'll go to BW, again run the process chain and do the transformation in BPC via DMPs and all. So we can do it like that also. So these are the functional and technical aspects of BPC. The difference between BPC and Hyperion. So first and important thing is, BPC is a standalone system. Okay. But Hyperion is not a standalone system. Okay. So what do we mean by a standalone one? Under this standalone system, what we can do is, if suppose we have some data in our BPC, we can use that data, but in Hyperion it is very difficult to use that data until unless it will not go to the data library. Okay, and BPC will provide you a more complex report scenario as compared to my Hyperion. In BPC, if suppose we have 4 members like A, B, C, D, and I want a report for one user to exclude this A in my report, means to hide this A and to hide this A and show this report. But in Hyperion, I can't do this thing. If suppose a dimension override like B, right now it is B for me, but for you, if you want to change it from B to K, we can do a dimension override functionality in BPC, but we can't do a dimension override, row override, axis override functionality in Hyperion. In BPC, we can use a drill down functionality, but in Hyperion, we can't use a drill down functionality. Okay, so this is what makes BPC different from a Hyperion as well. Though both are same versions, means both are having same kind of functionality, but there is a upper edge in BPC as compared to my Hyperion scenario. BPC is more of user defined one, and Hyperion is more of technical defined one. Okay, so if it will have a user flexibility, so it would definitely have a technical flexibility as well. But in Hyperion is more of a technical flexibility. It is not more of a functional one. So I hope I am clear on the difference between Hyperion and Oracle. Let's come back to the slide. Okay, so it provides a single view of financial and operational data and a unified solution which supports performance management process to adjust plans. Adjust plan is nothing but the values which I told you that if we can adjust those values in a different version as well. Means for a one thing I was saying, but we can adjust the values and we can forecast and we can budget and we can close the cycle as well in BPC. In Hyperion, we can't close the cycle. So closing the cycle, we need to go to the interface and then we need to apply the log and then we need to close the cycle. But in BPC, we can directly close the cycle. So this is what BPC is all about. BPC is having basic 3 pillars: budgeting, reporting, planning. And this legal compliance is a new one, or we can say since it was predefined in BPC, so we can't count this as a users. So we can do budgeting and forecasting in an easy way. We can do the reporting and we can do the planning. So we can make a planning report also to a normal report as well in BPC. If you want, suppose XYZ planning report, what I can do is I can create a version 1 V1 and I want that V1 should be my report for view only. Then we can also create a planning report to a reporting tool as well. So these are the advantages or overview of BPC. You can see that it will align the organization values and it will increase the profitability. It will improve the organization values based on the technical and functional aspects, and it will strengthen the productivity as well. So these are the inbuilt functionalities in BPC. So we'll discuss one by one what are these different functionalities in detail. First one is my strategic planning. So strategic planning defined about the version and time, that what kind of planning we are into and how the planning looks like, whether it is month on month level, year on year level, day on day level, week on week level, or how it is flowing. Okay. So under this strategic planning, we will have a cost center planning, finance planning, revenue planning, budget planning, forecasting. Okay. So under this strategic planning, different kind of planning scenarios will come. Okay. So which will rely on MOM basis, YOY basis, day on day care, means weekly basis. Okay. Or under this strategic planning, we can do a planning on granular level to a broader scope as well. So it depends. If I want to show it to my CEO, one report to my CEO, I will not go to a granular level and show that boss, these are my values. I will just show the higher values that yeah, these are my values, these are the allocations, and how these allocations are working. This is how we are working on this interface. So this is what about strategic planning on a broader scope as well, and strategic planning on the granular level. It depends user to user. So this is about my strategic planning. And one more thing which I forgot to tell you, under 11.1 we will have a patch version which will guide you as well that what are the things which are important while doing this planning as well. If suppose for cost center planning we will have GL account, cost center, profit center, then he will guide you as well that yeah, if you will do YOY basis the report looks like this, if you'll do month on month basis the report looks like this, or if you'll do week on week basis the reports look like this, so that business will have an understanding that yeah, if I will do like this and the value will get saturated by these values and value will get accumulated by these values, so like that. Okay, so these will come under my strategic planning. We have operations planning, business planning, or XYZ different type of planning. Suppose we have 5 6 type of plannings available. Okay, so these will come under my strategic planning only, and it will depend how we want to proceed a report, whether it is on month basis, year on year basis, or how it is. Okay, so for one planning we can show report on three different formats: month on month, quarter on quarter, year on year. We can show it in a single frame as well, single report as well, or if we want to divide the load we can show it in different sheets as well. So it depends. So going forward we will see how we want to create any report or how we want to do any strategic planning. So today what we will discuss more about the theoretical part. Okay, so once once you guys will get familiar with the theoretical part, then we will start the practical understanding, and I will again explain this part also, that yeah, this thing that we have learned earlier, so this is why we are utilizing this and how we are utilizing this. Okay, so I know while I was saying that this is strategic planning, these are the things, the things will come into our mind that how these things will work in my system. Right now in the theory part it would be easy to understand, but in the system part how the values are like that, so no need to worry. So I will show you that as well, that on month basis, on year basis, how the things will be. Okay, so second one is my budgeting. So under this budgeting, what we are having different budgets like P&L budget, balance sheets, and for cost center plan budget, and different budget. So under this we can do the budgeting on 3-year basis, 5-year basis. Okay, and yearly one as well. Reporting, so the budgeting, reporting, forecast, they will also come into a planning perspective only, just the names are different, though the functionalities are different. That's why they are the different built-in functions available in SAP BPC. Okay, so these are the key benefits which are provided by BPC. So it allows the user to make better business decision. Okay, by supporting what if analysis and allow to perform scenario based planning. So like I told, so what are the based on the scenario, we can do the planning itself on that time, particularly in the BPC. So BPC will provide me that much flexibility to upload the value or to change the value, to reiterate the value or to design the value in a proper time frame. It allows you to collaborate data and thus increase accuracy. So what it will, so the accuracy of BPC is more than 95%. So what it will do is it will provide collective data, what we are using in the system and how we want the system to looks like, or how we want a report to looks like, or planning report to looks like. Okay, it help in aligning your plan with strategic goal and decrease the cycle time. So decrease the cycle time is nothing but my month on month basis, YOY, or year on or week on week basis, or day on day one. You have an option to choose the version. See, PPC is basically into two versions. First one is my classic version. What we are learning, we are going to learn on classic interface. And second one is my embedded version. So under classic version, what we are doing is we are doing the transformation and conversion. Okay, under this transformation and conversion, we are mapping the values from BPC to BW, and we are fetching the data from BPC to BW. Okay, and if any conversion is there, then we are doing the conversion as well to show that in the report. But in embedded one, since it's a runtime system, so what is there in my BW screen is the same in my BPC screen as well. Okay, so in embedded one, we can use embedded while using RS plan. Under this RS plan, we will have a planning scenarios, We will have different planning sequences, and also while running those, we can use embedded one. Okay, so right now what we are dealing with is my standard one, not the embedded one. So the key benefit that can be achieved by BPC is reporting, business reporting, analytic report forecasting, budget planning, predictive analysis, improve compliance, consolidation, and BPF. So BPC, since BPC till before introduction to SAC, BPC is a advanced Go tool for using predictive analysis. But as soon as SAC introduced in the system, so the use of predictive analysis in BPC is becoming quite less, because in SAC we will have a flexibility to use predictive analysis in our ways how it would be, and system will also recommend in SAC. But in BPC, the use is a very less, since it's a new feature if you can compare in BPC. But in SAC, this is the older one. Okay. So BPF will basically deal about your process owners and templates. So what it will give you an end-to-end picture, though if you don't have any technical guy available around. Okay. So what you can do, you can go to the BPF. BPF will have two scenarios, owner and receiver. Okay. If you are the owner, you can make changes in the report, you can edit the report, you can do anything. If you are the receiver, you can only view the report. Then what it simply tell you that first you need to go to start, open XYZ report, open this template. Under this template, suppose it is in build phase, you can make the changes. If you want to change the worksheet, means plan, or if you want to change the font or anything, you can make changes in those things as well. Okay, so this is how the flow defines. Okay, so suppose that report will connect it to three different reports. So what you will say that once this process flow will complete, then only I will start the another. So we can connect these 4 or 5 reports to a one process flow, and then it will complete to a full scenario report of the final output. Okay, so this is how process flow works in BPC. Like suppose we have a one report, like we have suppose 10 reports for cost center planning, and we have a one bigger report for cost center planning, which we need to show it to the director or CEO or CTO for further approval. Then we will not go and say that, yeah, these are my 10 different reports, just do have a look. So what we will do is, we will just in the first report we will check the cost, and then we will check the trail balances, we will check the values, we will check the administrative values. XYZ for XYZ scenarios, we'll suppose have 8 reports. So just we will use while BPF, we will use the BPF, and based on the BPF we can accumulate all the values in a single big report. So that is how BPF works in BPC. So if suppose any step will be missed, the BPF will get fail. Okay, so we can do it via means cluster level as well, or we can do it via version level as well, or we can do it via year level as well. Okay, so this is about BPC. So yeah, this is the capabilities of BPC. We can say unified planning and consolidation. Okay. Second one is Microsoft Office and web reporting. So what we are doing, what we are reading in standard one, we will do it in MS Office only, and we will do the web reporting as well in MS Office only, and the reports via web console. Third one is my budget and forecast. For budget and forecast values, we will do the planning as well in BPC. Fourth one is my built-in financial intelligence. So built-in financial intelligence is nothing but my values, like suppose user security logs and all. So this will come under financial intelligence values, like security, how the security looks like user, team, owner, reviewer, locking, work status. So work status is basically, will explain you about the log status of a report. Okay, whether a sender or receiver only need to unlock based on the output what he is having. Okay, so based on the output, work status will work. How the reports look like, if you make any changes in the entry, and if you log the value. Okay. Then legal and management consolidation. Under legal and management consolidation, we will have ownerships, we will have intercompany elimination, we will have consolidation journal, we will have IC allocations, we will have US eliminations, and different scenarios. And then SAP as for integration. So see, what we are reading is like BW for BPC. Okay. and we have S4 integration as well. So SAP 11.1 means BPC 11.1 will provide you flexibility to integrate it via S4 HANA integration scenarios as well. And then come hybrid planning by SAC. So under SAC, we will have regression testing. We will have a hybrid planning for complex scenarios via story creation, canvas creation, and different data locking mechanism will work under SAC. So SAC is like having an upper edge, or you can say it's an advanced version of SAP BPC. So these are the core capabilities like planning, budgeting, forecasting, consolidation, as well as legal and management reporting. So these five are basically my core capabilities of BPC. So we can plan the value, we can do the budgets, we can use the forecast figures, we can consolidate all different accumulated values under one, and we can do the management reporting and analysis. And for variance calculation as well, or reconciliation as well, we can use BPC in a broader picture. See, for this is for 10.1 means release plan. So 10.1 is mainly compatible with PW for HANA. Okay, BPC 11.1 also will come under this scenario only. Okay, and this is how the roadmap of release plan is BPC. So what we are reading is like NetWeaver 1. Analysis service will be there, but analysis is unfortunately come under advanced version, means embedded one. It will not come under my standard one. BPC is my front end. There is nothing, data will not get stored in the BPC. BPC is my front end. What data you want, we can take the data from BW and we can show it in BPC. BPC will not store any data. What data is there in SAC or any different module as well, na? Fury, SAC or different module, we can use BW only, means HANA only. Dimensional data means master data will relate in BPC only. I am just talking about the transaction data. Since master data is like a limited data, right? It's not like a huge data. So it's like if suppose you have created 10 master data, if you want a change, you can just change 2 or 3 or 5 or 10. You will not change all the thousand of records at once, right? So the master data is there in the BPC one, web console. I'm talking about the transaction one. So the transaction data, what is there, you will take it from HANA only. We will not taking it from BPC. Or if you want in analysis, we don't have any master data as well stored in analysis for Office. In analysis for Office, what we will do is the data in BW for HANA system, we can just take the data. We can just take the data via CDS or via aggregation view, via composite provider, and we can just use the data and we can just do the calculation on the fly and get the data, give back the data again to the S4 system. So for analysis of analysis services, what you are saying, so we will use those analysis service in our embedded one, not in the standard one. So in the standard one, we will use EPM. So under this EPM, we will have a connection server. So under the connection server, we can use the master data while having different models and dimensions. So strategy and roadmap. Okay, so under this strategy, BPC strategy, let me clear about this. So right now, since everything is moving into cloud and other interfaces, right? So BPC will also have some scenarios which are moving into cloud as well, like what we are using in SAP Analytics Cloud. So there are high chances that most of the BPC's functions or scenarios will get moved in SAC Cloud in coming 3 to 4 years time frame. There are high chances because cloud will have, at least right now, cloud will have something like 5 to 10% of BPC acquaintance. Means what is there in BPC, that 5 to 10% will be there in cloud. But while the introduction of cloud or patching of every 3 months, there are high chances that most of the BPC scenarios and process will get moved into SAP Analytics Cloud. Though BPC will, right now also BPC will have an upper edge, BPC will provide more flexibility and broader scope. Cloud don't have that much broader scope, but SAP is planning to move all different scenarios in BPC into SAC. So BPC will cater our two needs. First one is my business plans, and second one is my consolidation, that is in central finance. So what SAP has did, SAP divided this BPC into two parts. This consolidation and central finance will move under group reporting, and the planning, full end-to-end planning will come under SAP Analytics Cloud. So SAP also divided BPC into two parts, and they are doing their future ready for planning and consolidation. But right now as well, BPC is a single tech platform where we will use the planning and consolidation under one time frame. And it will enable our organizations to strategize and plan different scenario and analyze the scenario as well as optimize and close the results as well. But in cloud, we don't have this. Cloud will become like a dabba kind of scenario, which it's a full box. Under box, you need to play what you will play around in the system. But BPC will have a broader scope. So since cloud is also developing, so going forward after 3 to 4 years, the cloud will also become a planning kind of scenario, same as the BPC. This is what I assume, or SAP is assuming under its latest press note in February 2024. So BPC will enable organizations to better strategize and plan and optimize as well as close uh, and disclose results to increase the revenue and profitability. Okay, so here in BPC, the profitability margin is bit higher as compared to other different scenarios. So why it is? Because BPC is a single stop solutions for my planning as well as my consolidation need. Means it will cater my planning as well as my finance under one roof. No other model in SAP will cater these two things at the same time. That's why BPC is having an upper edge. Second one, model in the moment, model future opportunities and update plan to seize new opportunities, collaborate in context for better alignment and accountability. So it will collaborate with different versions and modules for having a better means better alignment for the system data and configuration. Though we will have some duplication as well in the system, but yet that will also get covered. And base planning on live transactional data. So live transactional data based planning is nothing but in my BPC embedded one. We are not using the live transactional data format in my standard. We'll use the live transaction data in our embedded only. Guide the business. So it gain live insight into financial and operational metrics and simulate the impact of potential actions. So like various different scenarios we can cater in the BPC based on the potential, how these things are working on and how it will get impacted in the system. Discover what's profitable and what isn't to improve the bottom line. So we will think and we will understand that what are the scenarios which are important for us to work on and how the scenarios will work going forward in the BPC for a broader point of view. Continuously accumulate consolidation and report to close faster with fewer errors. So there is an advantage of consolidation in BPC. So what is that advantage? If you will do an ownership or IC elimination, it will reduce a lesser error as compared to your FI as well. If you go to FI or CO, you need to create latch items for doing the consolidation process, but BPC will not allow you to create any latch item. They will do direct end-to-end GL account, IC elimination and consolidation based on the ownership ratios or ownership values. Provide real-time visibility during the period to act sooner, improve results. So yeah, real-time visibility means it will provide you a visibility of doing the values on MOM and YOY and to see the results during that period and improve if we have any issue in the scenario. Right now we are now entering into the technical aspects of BPC. What are the strategies? How the roadmaps are defined? Okay, key capabilities. So it will streamline. We have a streamline planning. The key capabilities of BPC. So I discussed this thing earlier, like as well. So it is streamline planning, forecasting, consolidation, and reporting process in one environment. So how BPC looks like, I will show a glimpse. Like suppose this is my Excel. Okay, I am omitting this for time now. Like suppose how the BPC functions. First one is my environment. Under this environment, we will have different dimensions and models. Then we will go to models. Then we will go to dimensions. Okay. Under this model and dimensions, then we will go to reports creation, reports planning, and budget. Then we will go for BPF and work status. And then we will go for security. We'll go for security. And then we will go for Excel for transaction data. So in Excel, we will have different things like we will go for package and then transactions means transaction files, transformation files. Then we will have conversion file as well. Okay, and after conversion file, we will have a list, link list, and then we will have after link list, we will have reports. Okay, so I will explain. So model is basically my character means. So this is my whole BPC interface, BPC plan. So this is what we will read going forward in the technical aspect as well as the functional aspects as well. So here for mapping from BW to BPC, we will do the mapping from here only. For transformation file, we will do BPC to BW mapping. Version also BPC to BW. BPC only, not BW. Package is nothing but we will write process chains. We will call the process chains. Linked list is nothing but for my transaction data process chain. So this process chain will show me my clear one, my update. If suppose any new values are there, clear, update, change, then refresh. So this is my package one. So these are inbuilt functionalities in the package. Okay, this will come under my MD and under linked list transaction data. Okay, and we under transaction data we have run package as well. The run package we will have what package we are running. We can able to view those package in this one, and those packages will see whether it will have a status as finished or not. And if it is finished, then we'll able to see the data in the report or planning one and do the planning as well. So this is how about BPC planning looks like. Calculation script will come after once we'll complete this report, then this calculation will come. If we do calculation on this. So this is I didn't told about calculation because right now I'm just doing a transfer, means normal transfer from my master data and transaction data and showing it in report. If we want to do any calculation, we will write logic script. So what logic script is there, it will come after, it will come here only. Okay, this will come under this web console. I showed you this thing, the model dimension, this thing, this will come under web console. So BPC will have a web console. So this will come under web console, and what I showed you this thing. So this will come under my Excel EPM for EPM. So this is how BPC structure looks like. Here report means we can use the report via web console as well. We can execute, it will show me this report only. If we want to open it in Excel, we can use from here, but we will recommend users to open those reports from here only. Okay, so this is how a web console looks like in a BPC. So BPC will provide you enough flexibility and it will help you for a streamline planning, forecasting, consolidation, and reporting process in one environment. It will increase the organizational agility, like run multiple what if scenarios in real time and automate calculations, allocations, manual process for shorter cycle times. It will have benefit from a business owned and managed solution. It will leverage best in class for Excel plugins. Excel plugins is nothing but my EPM and analysis. It will improve the accuracy of plan and financial data reporting, and the plan and consolidation in single application built in finance. So we can use this. It will reduce the cost of ownership with single platform with real-time insight from S4 and BW for HANA. So BPC direct update method, you can see what we discussed. So what SAP has did is SAP has divided BPC into two parts, planning and consolidation. The planning part will go to this one, SAC, and the consolidation part will go to group reporting. So under this consolidation, we will have different kind of scenario for IC elimination, ICMR, US elimination, GAAP, ownership ratios. And under this planning, we will have all the plannings which is available in BPC to SAC, but the functions are very different. And I personally feel BPC is much better as compared to SAC because I worked on SAC, well, group reporting, SAP BPC as well, but BPC will have a broader scope. But right now, SAP are in a plan to wind up this BPC solution going forward in 27 or 28, I guess. I'm not sure because earlier it was for 22 or 23, but still it's running, so it will be like 27, 28, or I don't know whether it will increase also. So there are four different versions of BPC. First one is my BPC 10.1 NetWeaver standard on HANA, Oracle, IBM, DB2. So BPC, we can integrate BPC with Oracle as well via Oracle SQL as well via RFC connections. Second one is SAP BPC 10.1 NetWeaver embedded on HANA. So embedded is nothing but my real-time system. Optimize as for HANA is my native HANA. Fourth one is my 10.1 Microsoft version as well. So these are the different versions of SAP BPC available in the system, and these are the advantages and disadvantages. Planning, reporting, and consolidation solution based on BW technology. We can design it designed to be used and maintained by business. BW and BPC integration need to be established. No full integration like same transformation and conversion file. Additional BPC software and license need to be purchased for reporting purpose. Embedded create a BPC flexibility to BWIP, so we don't need connection. We just need a live data interface. BW and BPC integration is deep and real time. No interface needed to be developed. We don't need any interface for here. The embedded version is IT driven and require depth technical understanding because see right now what we are using earlier SAP had decommissioned BWIP. IP is integrated planning, but again they write it BPC embedded. So this is nothing but my BWIP only. So they just introduce it with a new name for BPC embedded one. That's it. The embedded version is strongly IT driven and required in-depth technical knowledge. Maintenance will be done by IT, but finance own and change some objects like composite and aggregations and other values. Planning will be done with BW master data. So what is there in master data? So it will just check those data since it's a runtime, real-time value. For 10.1 support package 09, consolidation is supported in embedded one. It uses same consolidation. So we can use it RTC, real-time consolidation in embedded one. Embedded is having a much upper edge as compared to the standard one. Reporting is done using business object analysis, addition of Microsoft Office, and additional BPC software also will be needed. This is a comparison between standard and the embedded one. So here, someone is asking about the client one. So analysis for Office is dependent on this one, analysis embedded one only. So for NetWeaver, we do if we don't need HANA also we can use it. We can use okay, but in embedded we definitely need a HANA server or system for a proper function. Excel client would be EPM add-in. We'll go to connection server and we'll just log into EPM and do the work. Here in the embedded will be analysis for Office. Modeling will be here for account model. Okay, and here it is key figure model. BW connection is partial, matlab ki there is not enough connection like transformation conversion, that's it. And here everything need to be mapped. Modeling is web client, so here the modeling would be web client and as GUI. So mostly we are preferring GUI in embedded one. Like we have a T code as RS plan. Under this RS plan, we can do the different planning. Local master data and hierarchy not needed. We need to create, but here it is created by default since it's a real-time system. Scripting here we are using script logic, but there we are using Fox formulas. Data locking is the last win concept, and here we have also data locking on the pessimistic law. Query is like MDX engine query, and here we have analytical query, which we call as Bex query as well. This aggregation will work only on BW on HANA, and here embedded it is work all time. So BPC optimized the version for S4 HANA. So under this we have this is HANA multi-tenant. Under this cache management accounting BPC optimized for BW embedded one and BPC standard for the NetWeaver one. So this is how BPC optimized version works. So we'll come to our version BPC 10.1. So here planning, reporting and consolidation solutions will be based on my SQL Server technology. How the SQL means work, the same scenario we will use for scripting and all. This version is designed to be flexible. Interface with different source system can be established. Then different source system can be established via RFC connection, and the application can largely be maintained by business. So here the most of this application is maintained via business interface only. How the business will work on this interface. So BPC decision tree. So this is very important one for BPC decision tree. So SAP platform planning and consolidation running. So BW NetWeaver on HANA, SAP BPC optimized for S4 HANA, and NetWeaver for HANA will have 10.1 NetWeaver standard and 10.1 NetWeaver embedded. So what we are using is like standard one, right? Not the embedded one, right? And under no platform, no SAP platform, we are using planning and consolidation. So this is 10.1 Microsoft. So this is, so we are using very less over here. Means we are not using BPC 10.1 Microsoft in most of the cases. Okay, so these are all about the versions and others, and then we will switch into the technical aspects of BPC. So this is what I explained you about the introduction to BPC, how BPC is working, what are the interfaces, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, how BPC will have its future ready, how the things are going to be in BPC going forward, and how the values are yet to be performed in the BPC. Okay, so if that is clear, then we will move into the technical aspects of the BPC, what is inside BPC standard. So we have different modelings in SAP BPC. First one is my environment. Environment is nothing but the plot or area, you can say, where we are doing where we are starting our construction. Means we can take an example of a barren land, okay? And there, if I want to build a 5-star building, means build a 5-story buildings. So what we will do, the barren land, we will first cover it with concrete or make a proper foundation. So that is my environment. Okay, so the proper foundation is my environment. So under environment, we will add some pillars for technical support of that pillar of that building. So that will be my dimension. So dimension is nothing but my building block in a BPC. So under the dimensions, the collection of all the dimensions will come under model. Okay, so first one is my environment. Environment is my basic plot. Dimensions are my pillars, and models are nothing but the collections of all the dimensions which are available in the system. Okay, so yeah, one dimensions, different dimensions can be also used in one model, or one dimension can also be used in different models. So it is not specific that yeah, cost center we will use cost center in cost center dimension only. We'll use profit center dimension only. Okay, and models are also with different model also can be get integrated into different dimensions, different models interfaces as well. Okay, and in different environment we need to create it from scratch. We can't use the previous dimensions and model in the another environment. If we are in one environment, we can use that model and dimension which is available in respective environment only. So BPC roadmap versions. So BPC, see, you can see BPC 11x or 11.1. See, this came in 2021. Okay, and right now this is the latest one only, and this 10.1 it came on 2018 or 17. So that's why I am saying that we can use 11.1 as compared to 10.1. And this also we will use till 2027. Earlier time frame it will be for 2024 or 25, since SAP has increased the time frame from 24 or 25 to 27, because right now they are shifting the scenarios from BPC to SAC and GR. So this is how the roadmap looks like. Basically we are in the first one only. So under this NetWeaver version, so what the thing is like, we will it will have an integration with SAC. Right now means after 2027, the plan for SAP is to accumulate all the SAC features, means BPC features in SAC, so that BPC will get wiped out and we will use SAC for our near future. Because right now the number of users are getting lesser as compared to the previous years. So that's why they had a plan to remove this one and use the SAC one. But I doubt that it would be very difficult for them to remove this BPC, because most of the business means high level business or approaches are using the NetWeaver one only. So it would be very difficult for them to get means go ahead to remove this one till 2027. So it will get also extended till 29 or 30. This is a BPC roadmap and version. So BPC 10.1 Microsoft version is a successor of SAP 10.0. So the version is relevant when SQL Server is your BPC platform. Okay, so you know that what BPC, why in BPC also we are using JavaScripts as well. And if anyone knows, then can they tell that where we can use the JavaScripts? While using logic scripts, we are using the JavaScripts in BPC. So its syntax would be like xdim member set xyz for dimension, xdim this and that. Okay, where loop, for loop, in, as, if, else. So we are using the same in logic scripts, and the same JavaScripts we are using in SAC as well, but the name different as data actions, and they are pretty same, means 99.99% same. Just the means page flow will be different. Apart from that, everything is similar. This is what in between BPC and SAC for JavaScripts. Okay. And in BPC, we will also have a we will also have a SQL server. So do you know how we are extensively using the SQL server as well? While doing the integration, we are using SQL servers in our database platform. Like for organized package, link list and all, we will have SQL server only which are connected. By this way, we are using SQL server as well in BPC database. And you know one thing, we can use Hyperion as well inside BPC also via SQL RFC connections. So if we can make a RFC connection, we can use that Hyperion as well in the BPC interface. Though the functionality of BPC is not will not work, but we can view the same under one system only, means under one roof. In the BPC one, we can use the Hyperion and we can use BPC as well. But Hyperion functionality will not work in the BPC, means some functionality will work, but not the whole one. So BPC 10.1 embedded is the penultimate model. So it is the most successful model we can say of a BPC embedded one. So right now it's like if suppose we have a share of 100, so out of 100, 90% share of BPC will go into embedded one only, and remaining 10% will rely on my standard one, because it is a R3 ECC system. Okay, so what is the difference between embedded and standard one is, in standard, we need to upload the master data, we need to create everything, we need to upload master data, and then we need to do mapping, and we need to create packages, and then what we will do is we will go to report and do the report creation. In embedded, what, and that also the data is like if suppose data is available in BW, then only we can view that data only in the standard one. But in embedded, we can view the real time data. What data is there in BW? Suppose it's 217 AM. What data we are viewing in 217? The same data we can view it in embedded in 217 only. But in standard, we won't. And the second thing is, in embedded, we will not go and map everything. We will just input the reference from ECC, where ECC, and then it will use our BW warehouse. Okay, we will just use the integrated planning package, and we'll just integrate it from package. And now my BW IP interface is ready. So BW IP interface will get ready within 5 to 10 minutes. But for BPC standard, it will take like 1 day to make a connection. Means not 1 day, it will take something like 3 to 6 hours, 3 to 4 hours at least, because we need to install EPM, we need to see the flexibility, then we need to connect to the server and then create and once connection, we'll able to see whether it is working or not. Then we will check the log on screen, and then only it will get started. But in embedded one, so once we have all the credentials, we will just quickly go to analysis for office, we'll just log in and it will get started. What data is there in the embedded one, we can use that. And we can view queries as well in embedded one, like what we are doing in Eclipse, like in BW, Bex queries. So does anyone have any idea on Bex queries? So Bex queries are nothing but the query which are creating different data source. So under Bex query, we have different kind of characteristics and key figures. Okay, we call it directly in embedded one, but standard won't have that feasibility to use Bex queries. And in BPC 11 and in BPC embedded also, we must have as for SAP HANA component, which is underlying in the process of BPC embedded one. Okay, so I personally recommend BPC embedded one is a faster one, and it's a growing edge as compared to my standard interfaces. BPC roadmap and version. So BPC standard version for SAP NetWeaver standard model. It is a successor of 10.0 NetWeaver and prior version. So the latest version which is running is in BW 7.5, and it is relevant when SAP ECC R3 and BW 7.4 or higher are already in place. SAP BCS or BPS need to be replaced. It is like business process and simulation, BPS. So earlier it was process and simulation, so it is replaced. And right now they came with a PAPM, performance analysis and profitability management. So they also divided BPS into different parts. So PAPM. So that is what we are working in. Means right. SAP BPC 10.0 NetWeaver is the current version used within the organizations. Third-party consolidation software need to be replaced and SAP software. So earlier what happened? So SAP will have a planning software, but we don't have don't have a consolidation one. So what they did is with the introduction to BPC, they will have a consolidation as well. Means relied on that BPC only. So earlier they are using means a third party software for consolidation for management futures or management reserves. Okay, but after introduction to the consolidation one, that things become easy and it would be quite important for them to use going forward in the BPC scenarios. So that's it from this one. So this is about the introduction, a glimpse of BPC, how this BPC will work, and how the BPC functions are like, how the BPC come into existence, what are the advantages, disadvantages, and how the scenarios are like to be.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of SAP BPC 10.1? Option A, real-time data integration. Option B, mobile app development. Option C, workflow management. Option D, predictive analytics. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BPC 10.1? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management, all at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we'll unravel the mysteries of SAP BPC 10.1. Think of it like a Swiss Army knife for planning, ensuring we've got enough goodies and getting them where they need to be. From the basics to expert tips, we've got you covered. Crafted by seasoned pros, this course delivers the goods. Your mentors, top-notch veterans in the field, ready to guide you through and tackle any queries you throw their way. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students are singing their praises. Folks just like you have found this course a game changer. Best part? It's easy on the wallet. Learning doesn't have to cost a fortune. Ready to become a SAP BPC 10.1 Maestro? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Yeah, so this session is basically divided into two PPTs. First one will be our environment model and dimension management. Okay, so under this we are having we will study about the what environments are, what kind of environment we can make, and what are the models, how many types of models are available in the BPC. and what are the dimensions, what are the basic prerequisite dimensions which is must in a model, and how the model will behave with or without dimension. Okay. Okay, so environment, what are the environment? Environment is basically, we can consider it environment is a playground area where we are creating a BPC, where we are creating BPC models and dimensions and all kind of scenarios. Okay, so what are all kind of scenarios? It will be like our BPF flow, our securities, our teams, our users. So it depends based on the user. So how they want to create, they can create environment for different types of planning as well, separate environment, or under one environment also they can create different types of planning. It totally depends on their means requirement, how they want to proceed. Since environment, as per environment, so environment will have multiple kind. Environment will give you multiple kind of options to create different models and different dimensions. Under that you can create different kind of planning scenarios, how the scenarios are going to be, how it will be work in your existing reports, models, projects, etc., and how it will going to affect your different kind of stories, which was earlier you can preview it in BW1. Okay. So an environment consists of primarily of models and dimensions. Okay. So since we can say environment is our playground area where we will start our uh, technical analysis. Okay. So under environment we have different kind of models and dimensions. Okay. So models are a collection of dimensions, and dimensions are the basic building block. And dimension can be used by any model within an environment. And the delivered environment is called an environment shell. Okay. So environment is there. So we need to create an environment. And under the environment, we need to input the model and dimensions. So once done, we need to activate that. So that we call as environment shell. Okay. So once we activate the environment shell, so all the each environment will have basically four models. Okay, by default four models. We need to decide what models we are looking for or what models we can choose. Okay, the environment shell has four models, each with their own associated templates and packages. So these are predefined SAP things, so which will be available while installing the environment. So under environment, we will have four different. We will have different delivered models. Okay, so just pay attention in detail. So we have four different models. Okay, so here your technical journey for BPC will start. Like first will be our consolidation, where we will do our income statement and balance sheet data consolidation. Okay, so it will contain our income statement and balance sheet data planning. So that will also by default SAP will provide you a report for income statement and balance sheet format, so that it depends on you how you want to create it across. Second one is our ownership. Suppose one company had different ownership, like 10% in India, 10% in UK, 30% in Japan, 40% this. So for that also SAP will have a privilege to create a different model as ownership. Third one is my planning. So basically planning is the most used model. So under this planning, we will use all different kinds of planning and scenarios. Okay. So currency translation also we can use over here. And fourth one is our rate. So rate will store the exchange rates, means forex exchange rates, and it is assigned to the financial and consolidation model as a supporting one. Okay, so the major models would be my planning and consolidation only. But right now, what we are doing is we are doing all kind of scenarios in planning only. And if some IC and balance sheet plannings are there, then only we are using consolidation. Okay, so basically we are creating different dimensions. Okay, so there are basically five dimensions which needs to be mandatory, that is CEATR. C is for category, E is for entity, A for account, T for time, and R for rates, means currencies. Okay, so these are the basically five important dimensions. If rate is also not there, then we can suffice, but CEAT would be the mandatory four dimensions which should be available in across all the all the models. C for category, E for entity, A for account, and T for time. Okay, so category would be like your actual forecast, planning, budget. Okay, budget one, budget two, etc. Okay, E is for entity is like you suppose you have multiple entities or multiple company codes, so that will come under this. A is your account, like your account are basically four types: asset, liability, expense, and income. Okay, and non-financial account will also cater under this one. And it is your time, so you can input your time in YYYYMM format. Okay, so these are the basically means basic four dimensions which should be available across all the models. Okay, and apart from that, there are means some add-ons also. So it depends on your choice how you want to create it. But these are the basically four dimensions which should be available. So you can add date as well. So YYYYMM and DD as well. So it depends how you want to check it up. If you want to show it in hierarchy format, you can make it in hierarchy format as well. Means it SAP means BPs will provide you enough flexibility to use dimensions based on your needs. Okay, if you want to create time in two, you can create in two. If you want create time in 10 different dimensions, you can create 10 different dimensions. But in a model, we generally prefer 14 to 15 standard dimensions, which will make our work easy. Means more than that will lead to means time complexity, time issues, and other scenarios. So it will be always better if we could use like uh, less than 15, means 12 to 15 dimensions only. Once I have system, I will show you everything. BPC will have all
Sure.
kind of flexibility. Like if you want to do it in period, like in Q1 period, Q2 period, so we have Q1, Q2. So under Q1 we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like that you can easily make changes in the period. Means you can easily do your planning across that. And under
Okay.
GL also we will have GL. We will have name, description, and GL account means parent as well, and afterwards means account type. So these four field will be mandatory for account. For category, we will have member ID and description. For entity also we will have member ID and description, and for time we will have as I told YYYYMM as ID only. Or if you want to create hierarchy, so just go to SAP BP, means go to the time hierarchy only, means time dimension, and in the right side you will able to see that create hierarchy. So it will by default create hierarchy for 2022, 23, 24, like that. If you wanted to create via period level, just you can select create via period, so it will create via period for particular year. If you want to create via days, so we can create for each one, we will have one hierarchy. For each two, we'll have one hierarchy. So likewise as well. Means it totally depends on your requirement how you want to proceed in the environments, in the main dimensions. Okay, so under dimensions, we will have the master data. Okay, so we will focus more on the master data for your learning purpose. And just once you take the dump of the data, create at least 6 to 7 basic dimensions which you want that your model should have. Okay, and first of all create in planning one, and then create in the consolidation. Your consolidation will deals with all kind of balance sheet and PNL. So under balance sheet and PNL you have CEAT will be the mandatory one, rate will be mandatory. Or if you want to create any asset different asset dimension, then you can create. If you want to create any user defined dimensions like cost element or profit group or profit center or cost center or WBS, so you can create as well under user defined dimensions as well. Okay, so in VPC the dimension types are used to identify the role of each dimensions in the consolidation engine. Okay, and the entity dimension is used to determine the local currency. So under entity you will have a local currency. So this is how your BPC page looks like. Okay, so first of all, in the right side, if you will go to right side, we have a setting. Okay, so after setting we will have a name, means username. Okay, and after that if you will click on this one, scroll one, so you will able to see the environment name. Okay, so once you will see the environment name, just go to the top left. On the top left you will go to administration. Okay, under administration we will have dimensions and models. Okay, so under dimensions you can create dimensions like what is there. Okay, So actually there will be like some dimensions available in the system as well, like predefined SAP prerequisite. Okay, and if you want to make any changes in the data and everything, you can do that as well. So suppose account. So once we will go to account. So under account we will have means like 5 6 Excel tabs are there, means columns are there. Under that we can input master data, ID and description. The the disadvantage of having this dimension is we need to input the values manually for master data. Okay, or we can copy or paste the data. There is nothing as such flat file form. There is nothing as such this format. Means I can say CDS format to upload the data via. Means what data is in S4, we can upload that data. So every time if you have a new data, you just need to go to that particular dimension. In which dimension you have a data, you just need to go and you need to add the data manually of your own, or you can copy the data. Okay, there are some cases. So when you are running a package, it will give you error so that the means member ID or member is not available in the particular dimension. To make sure, you can have a regular check on the dimensions that if any new data is formed, you can create that data as well in the system. Okay, so member ID should be must, and description you can change it once you are done. So once you are done with the dimensions, so you can just save. So once you click on save, so it will state that start processing. So once it will start processing, so the status will come as processed. So once it is processed, means your dimension is ready. Okay, so like this you can create. So click on new, and under new you can input the ID, what ID you want. So you'll have these types: account, audit, category, currency, entity, subtables. Okay, so select your respective means type, and under that you can just create the dimensions. Okay, so basically how many dimensions are available, means how many dimensions you are planning to create in this system. If you have a plan over that ready, then it would be good. You can check it via type as well, and you can create it as well, the dimensions. Okay, so these are the dimension types, like account. So type is A, audit is D, category C, currency R, entity E, scope G, intercompany I, subtables is S, time would be T, user defined would be U. So under user defined, you can use cost center, WBS, profit center. And measures means if you have any measures in EPM1, like amount, percent, so you can add that as well. Okay, so account will contain your chat of account values. Audit will identify the origin of values such as input, manual entries, and elimination. Category are basically the version such as actual, budget, and so on. Currency will contain the currency value in which company does business. Entity contain your business entities that are included in the consolidation process. Scope contain your scope will contain consolidation group members. Okay, though we are not using scope. Actually, this is out of scope only. So scope we are not using. Intercompany will contain your IC IDs for the entity like trading partner and others, and flow as well come under intercompany. Subtables will refer to your flow or dimensions. Time would be your time period, where you want to store the data. User defined like additional dimension for your understanding, and major are amount, percent, weight, anything what you want to input. So this is how you can create new dimension. Go to dimensions, we'll have a new. So under that new, you need to input the ID, then description and the type. You need to select the type as well. So under dimensions, under that dimension, if you want to use one dimension in different in one user dimension link with another type of dimension as well, you can do that as well. So go to that dimension, then ID, and if you want to input use another dimension under that, you can use that as well under this options. Okay, so we can do modeling options vary with different dimension type as well. Okay, under user type dimension, we can add account type and entity as well. Or under entity, you can use account type, user data, like that. Okay, so these are the basic properties of dimensions, like adding properties to model, adding properties, okay, dimension features, and adding property to dimension in consolidation, ownership, and rate models, modifying properties. We can add property values as well, and we can remove dimension properties as well. If we cannot delete the system generated properties, so some dimensions will automatically by default have system generated property, so we will not able to delete those properties in the system. Configuring environment and dimensions. So system generated properties are like this, like description would be there, calc means calculation, if any calculations are there, then we can use calculation, and HIR will be my hierarchies. Like it will store our basic hierarchies for particular dimensions. If there is no hierarchy, we can keep it blank as well. But hierarchy, I think in GL account, if suppose hierarchy are there, so it will be recommend to provide hierarchy for a top-down view. Okay, so we can use dimensions for property validation also. And account dimensions can only use the rate type such as AVG for average. Okay, if the rate exists in reference dimension. So under reference dimension, what is happening means if suppose we have a dimension and we have another dimension, so we can call one dimension property from other dimensions. Okay, and validate as well. An entity dimension can use a currency such as euro if the currency exists in reference dimension. Intercompany dimension can be linked to entity member if it exists in the reference dimension. So these are the reference dimension, like dimension account will have a reference type account, property as a rate type, and validation as average rates or so on. Category will have a time, property is year, and validation is C note or anything. What you have? Entity would have a currency, property would be currency, and validation would be local currency. Intercompany would have entity, property would be entity, and validation would have trading partner. So till this, are you clear? Okay, so this is how the dimension internal structure of a dimension looks like. So in the top, we have add, delete, revert. We will have recent deleted member. We will have apply hierarchy, order, display, and export to CSV. Okay, so ID would be there in the left, followed by description. Account type is must for account dimension. Offset, it depends on you. Input IP depends on you. Intercompany depends on you. Rate type would be depend on you. Means the rest these things are depending on your requirement. If you want to add, you can. If not, no worries. And if you want, we can export the dimension also in the CSV format. And if you click on apply hierarchy order, if suppose any hierarchy is maintained, we can see the hierarchy in hierarchical view. We can see the dimension in hierarchical view. There is nothing as such to upload via flat file. You need to copy or paste the values manually in the system itself. If you want to add something, you need to go to add. You will get a column, row, and under row you need to input the values and click on save. That's it. There is nothing as such input via flat file or anything. We can have just copy and paste. So this is how means if you can copy 5 lakhs account as well, so as BPC won't have any issue. It will get copied for 5 lakh account as well. So there is no worry about copying and everything. You need to create a sample of data like this, and we can copy the same. Account dimension type. So under account dimension, we have different properties. So what you saw in the right means after dimension, after account type, these are our properties like offset, account input type, intercompany, rate type, scaling, and also these are my rates or means these are my elimination properties. Okay, for a particular dimension, it depends on us what kind of property if we are using, or if we want to delete, we can delete as well. The must-have property which are available in account type is account dimension is account type. It is required to input the account type. Okay. So why we need account type? So it will basically we can use account type for having control in the sign display and aggregation behavior. Okay, like asset liability will have a sign, income expense will have a positive negative sign, so we can control like that. Dim list. So dim list properties are used as selection criteria in business rules. Elimination account is basically used in US elimination process to identify the offset accounts. Group is used to classify accounts such as P&L balance sheet. IS input is used for report filtering. Rate type is required in input forms. Okay, what kind of rate type it would be? Scaling is used to display value in thousands or lakhs. Okay, uh, like formula based scaling. Type elim is basically elimination. Account type properties like means we have control and prevent. So we are not using this control and prevent aggregation. If we have multiple account with having quarter to date and year to date value, that this account we can use in QTD and MTD or YTD, then we can use this. Otherwise, we won't use this prevent aggregation. So account type properties, we are having basically four account type properties available, like asset, liability, income, and expenses. These are the sign, these are the report, these are the aggregation using periodic measure. So the dimension structure will look like this. Okay. If you want any differential integrity, then you can input fixed value as a rate. But if you want to input any hierarchy, then standard or then here they put standard as parent H1 and intercompany as parent H2. So this is how your subtable means flow type dimension looks like. Like under H1, we'll have a flow like F underscore TOT. Under TOT, we'll have different scenarios for flow type. Flow type properties. So under this flow type, we'll have ID and description and flow type. So flow type is must while having the property. Okay, so make sure to input the flow type property when you have a dimension as flow type. So it is used to distinguish the opening and closing flow. Okay, like F underscore 101 for opening, F underscore 02 for closing. So like this you can use for flow type as well. And F01 is my opening, F02 is my closing. So like that, if you could just put a filter on opening and closing, all the calculation like sum or differences would come directly in your report. So no need to go and just check one to one means cell. So it will come directly over here. And by the way, we can create multiple custom defined property as well in the dimensions. If we want to delete one property and add different property, we can do that as well in the dimensions. Like maintaining consolidation dimension like entity type. So we can maintain entity type like ID, description, and currency. And if we want, we can input owner and all. So why we are inputting owner, means if we have any security, okay, where admin only need to update the entity, then we need to input the owner type as well. For what owner we are giving access to make the changes, read or write or both. So configuring or maintaining the dimension as well, maintaining consolidation dimension for intercompany type. So this is the ID description, and we can input entity as the property for intercompany. With the basically the page is same, so it depends on us how we want to create a particular dimension. Like for category type dimension, we have actual budget forecast, IFRS, US GAAP, then draft final publish and simulations. Okay, so category for OP is used in the balance carry forward. Okay, for difference it is FX difference only. For source it would be FX source category. For rate it would be rate underscore category. Period would be rate underscore period. Rate year and start month, which are used as currency translation simulations. Opening period is used to specify for a particular month. Okay, year is used for planning scenario. to control user input. If here is not used, the category member can be used anytime. Okay, for group type, uh, means for group type also we will have like this kind of scenario, like world will have a parent. Under this world we will have Africa, America, Asia Pacific, and Europe. Okay, so world will be a parent hierarchy. Under this we will have this member IDs. Under this member IDs we will input the currency type, since each one will have different currency type. So like this, how our group type dimension will get configured in the system. For audit type dimension, this is how it looks like. See, this is how time dimension look like, y dot mm. Okay, and if you input for quarters, so we can use like this. Okay, so we can define the level as well, like for quarter, it will be like quarter, year, and month in the report as well. So hierarchies can be defined for any particular dimensions. They can be loaded automatically or they can be created manually. It depends on us how we want to proceed for different hierarchies in the system. Okay, so they are used for basically expansion, roll up, and member selections. We can create multiple hierarchy, like means BPC will have like BPC will give you privilege to create 3 different hierarchy only for each dimension. Okay, like H1, H2, and H3. That's it, and then child. So it depends. Like for time, means for account, I think we will have multiple hierarchies, but for other BPC will give us privilege to create only 2 or 3 hierarchies only at once. If suppose we have like 5 hierarchies, let's suppose we have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5. Okay, if you will input H4, right, then what it will happen? H4, H3, H2, H1, and child will come. Okay, then you need to write that remove leaves node. Then if you will remove leave node, then your particular hierarchy H4 will come, like how you are doing in Hyperion. Okay, so there are some time dependent hierarchy as well. So this is means this is a screenshot for EPM report. I don't know why they input, so it will give you a confusion only. So don't focus on this one. So we will discuss it once we will go for EPM reports. So once you will create, we need to click on save and process. Under save and process, we can it will ask, do you want to say take the environment offline? So what does this mean? If you will click on yes, so if suppose someone will work on the environment, so it will not work for them, so it will make environment offline. So what changes they are doing, so they will be stick to that only, the previous one. Okay, so always make a habit when you are creating a dimension, if this message pop up will come, do you want to take the environment offline, just click on no, so that if suppose someone was logging into your system or means in the BPC system, so they can also work and you can also work at the same time. Otherwise if you will click on yes, then you and they both need to wait for like a minute or so. So once you click on no, then this pop-up will come, the dimension have been processed. And once you click, so you will see the status as processed. So once it is processed, means all kind of master data or BW reports are available in the system. So now your system is ready to create reports or various inputs. So these are basically the dimension members uh, which are used in class. Okay, so we will discuss this also once we'll have system. So I will show this how this will work as well. So I guess this is all about your configuring dimension and models. So if you have different kind of, suppose forecast version as well available in your system, you need to create that as well, like F1, F2, F3 till F10. Means how many you have. So BPC
can I
will
not
provide.
have a user-defined dimension saying that versions, and under that I have draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, and when I load the data, I'll use that intersection to load. Is it not possible?
It's possible, but see, as I told you earlier, only we need 4 dimensions
15.
are mandatory.
Yeah, 15 is limit, right?
15 is a limit and 4 are mandatory dimension. Under this
right.
category is the main dimension
Right.
also. So we can't just bypass the category and create a user defined as version. If
Okay.
category we are using category in other dimension, means other report or anything, then we can create a version and user defined dimension as version, and we can use like that as well. So under this, what is happening, if suppose we have different means suppose we are getting data from BW to BPC. Okay, so what it will do is, if we have two kind of things. Okay, first one is my transformation. Okay, and second one is my conversion. For time being, just forget about conversion. So first we'll focus about transformation. Okay, so what are transformation? So transformation files are those files, okay, where we need to map the figures. Okay, so here mapping simply specify the left hand side would be, your left hand side would be BW dimension. Okay, and the right hand side would be your BPC dimension. Okay, so it will have three columns. First would be my options. Okay, under options, it's like there are 4 or 5 lines which are predefined only. Okay, and after that we will have mapping. So it will divide into 3 parts: options, mapping, and conversion. Okay, under options we will have like 5 to 7 lines which are available. The text size will be this, delimiter would be XYZ, and like that. Okay, mapping will have my BW to BPC functions or dimensions, and conversion, if suppose in my BW my time would be like 20 12 sorry 2 0 2 10 20 24. Okay, but in my BPC the format would be like YYYY okay, means YYYY dot mm. Okay, then what we will do, we will just input in the conversion we will input time.xls. Okay, under here conversion, suppose for 2024 you want to convert, then you need to write every, means in conversion we have internal, external, and value. So under internal you need to write all the time which you want to make changes. Okay, like this one, so you can input this like 0 to 10 2024. Okay, and if you want to convert it to like this, like 2024, here you will write this YYYY dot and here the value will come like 2024 dot 10. So like this you need to pick up this value. Data transformation page will also look like this only. So under this transformation you can call it in based on your understanding how you want to call it in the system, but most of the cases these transformation values are getting calculated. In some cases these transformations are getting called as well. There are some users who they don't want any transformation, then what they will do, they will create a separate file in BW and they will load it via process chain only, via DMP. DMP is nothing but my data manager package. So under data manager package, we need to input the name of the process chain. So once the process chain will get triggered, automatically my data will get triggered in the system. That is advanced BPC scenario. So yeah, we'll see if that thing suffice in this one, because in most of the BPC projects that will not work. But if that thing will work under this, then I will show that as well. But for that we need have a updated version of BW and updated version of BPC as well. If anything would be failed, then we will unfortunately not able to do that. Let's see what system we will get and how the scenarios are. 11.1 is the most updated one, and 7.5 would be my BW version. So under the transformation, so once I will create that transformation and conversion, then what I will do is we'll have a DMP. Okay, like packages, like organize, link list, and then organize master data, like organize CC hierarchy. So we can, what under this we will have a scripts script means like advanced formula, that once user will click CC hierarchy script, so what it will do, it will replicate you to CC dimension and under that CC dimension it will search for that particular member and it will input the hierarchy by default. Okay, so those are means later stages. Once we will have systems, so it would be easy for you to understand. And I think this it for the dimensions, and now we'll proceed with another one. So once the dimensions are completed, then we need to assign dimensions to a different models. Okay, so how the model works is model are basically the combination of dimension. Under this model, we will have n number of dimension, but as per SAP, it would be good if you could have 14 to 15 dimension at once in a different in a model. Okay, more than that also won't have any issue, but SAP will say that it will lead to system complexity or time complexity. Okay, we can add 20 as well or 30 as well. There is no issue, but yeah, your time taking means it will take enough time to open the report because data loading will take enough time. So we'll start with this. So can anyone tell why we need flow type dimension? It is basically for the opening and closing one. So we can use flow type in the planning as well. And then how we can use that flow type in the planning? Planning means planning model. I think there are some guys for finance as well, like so they should have this answer if they can speak. Suppose we have a cost center planning. Okay, so my fab month got a closer. Okay, so suppose I am doing month end activity, MEC activity for particular fab month. Then my closing, I need to transfer my closing balance to my cost center planning opening balance. Okay, so what I will do, I will go to flow type. I will create a flow type, or if suppose a flow type is created, then I will just input the flow type entity as opening and I will run the package. Okay, so what it will happen, the closing value of my flow type, which was earlier predefined, so it can be converted into the opening value. Okay, so this is how I can transfer my flow type closing balance to opening balance in a particular planning model. Okay, so what I am telling is, suppose f underscore 01 would be my opening, f underscore 02 would be my closing. Okay, so so I want to transfer my closing balance to next month opening balance. F underscore 03 would be again my opening. So what I will do is I will create a copy of F underscore 02 underscore 1 as my opening, and I can write a logic where X dim member set flow is equal to F underscore 02 as underscore 1 as F underscore 03. So what is X dim member set? So it is saying dimension having a member set flow having ID as F021 as F03, means it will convert my 0201 value to my F03 so that my 02 means the replica of 02 will get converted to my opening one. Okay, and once I wrote this, so I just need to input it in my package list. So once I will just run the package, means the master data package, so it will get refreshed and my closing balance for that particular planning will come under opening balance. Okay, and there are some scripts as well where you can create one flow and you can just replicate that one only, like how I did, right? So you can do like that also. If you can create one flow only, you can use it in opening and closing. You will need to specify the particular time. Like for January, you need to specify that for till 31st January, the closing would be my February opening. So like that also it will work. So you just need to write it in the logic, and what will happen, you just need to means put a timer on the logic that yeah, on that particular time it will start, like how the process chain is working, right? We can do as well. This will be in script logic. So can anyone tell what is the difference between my entity and flow? Because flow will also have the entity. So why we are using entity? We can use flow only to have entity, because entity is also a property of flow, right? So rather than using two dimensions, it would be easy, right? If you can create one dimension and use the property as entity in flow. See, flow will have entities. I will tell you this as well. So this is also a technical one. Suppose we have a flow as opening, and for entity like we can say UK. Okay, let's suppose UK is an entity, and let's suppose APAC is an entity. Let's suppose EMEA. Let's suppose LATAM. Okay. So for example, flow 1 will have opening balance. Okay. So if it is connected to UK, APAC, EMEA, and LATAM, okay, they are having different time zones, right? Like suppose it's like 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. in UK. In APAC, it would be like 3 a.m. In EMEA, it would be like 6 p.m., 6 a.m. In LATAM, suppose it would be like 10 a.m. Okay. So if you will just do the means what I told you, like via script, if you will just do the opening to closing, so it will hamper all the things. If suppose some country or entities which are working on that particular time, the existing flow will get replicated once you run that scenario. Okay. So that's why we will have a different entity type and different flow type. So we will not use the entity for that entity property in the flow type. Okay. See, for flow dimension, we will have ID. Okay. FID, we will have description, and we will have entity. Okay. So this third entity is not a mandatory field. Okay. It depends on us whether we want to input or not. Okay. Let's assume that we have inputted, and we have another dimension as entity and description. So if we define F01 assigned to these particular entities, 4 entities, then what I told you earlier, that we need to update a process chain, right? We need to update a script logic that whether X dimension type F01 for this, okay, and it should be have a particular timer. And suppose that particular timer for US will meet a working hour in EMEA. So what it will happen? It will just replicate the values, existing values, and input the new value. Means your existing settle value will get deleted and your new value will come on that particular system. So that's why we are not using entity as a property in flow type while creating reports. That's why we are creating a separate entity dimension. So my question was why we are using entity in flow type, why we are having entity dimension as a different one if we have an entity in property for flow type. The answer would be, if we are using a flow, if we are using entity in this flow type, or if we are mapping the value, then there are chances that value will get replicated if suppose some particular entity is working on that particular time. So that's why we are using entity as different dimension rather than using in property of flow type. Okay. So this I will also explain in the system. I was just explaining this how it is behaving in the here. Okay. Okay, so let's start models. So we are having different models for creation. Okay. So we are having different models. Okay. So basically we are having 4 models in the system. First one would be my consolidation, then ownership, then our planning, and then rates. Okay. So once we create all the dimensions, we need to club those all dimensions into a particular model for our proper working. Okay. So for simple consolidation, we will have ownership. Okay. So what are ownership? Anyone have any idea on ownership? Why we use this ownership? Ownerships are the values which are predefined for a particular company. Suppose we have Intel. Intel head office is in US. Okay. So Intel is basically divided into all the continents, across all the continents. Okay. So what Intel will do, Intel will take a ownership means 100% to its Intel US. Okay. But the business will come from different parts of the means across the globe. Okay. So what Intel will do, like my 20% revenue will come from India, 20% will come from Japan, 30% will from UK, and remaining 20% would be for XYZ reason. Okay. So once we define the ownership values, then what it will happen, it will just replicate the same value, and while budget allocation based on the ownership, we can define the predefined budget as well for a particular cluster or particular region. So this is how ownership will work. See, it depends on the company organization structure, how they want to divide the ownership values. Okay, if they will divide in, if suppose US is an entity and they will divide US into like 10 different parts, like Texas for one, Dallas for one, California one, New York one. So like that, they can also have a ownership if they want. If not, then for particular cluster wise. And there are some organizations which will take full 100% ownership for its base location only, because end of the day you will able to get the P&L and balance sheet report, right, for all particular clusters. So there are some means there are some clients which are not defining any ownership, so they are taking 100% as their ownership only, and they can validate the same via P&L report. So for simple consolidation process with 100% ownership, you can use the finance or rate models. Under rate, we will do the currency translation scenario. Consolidation type model can use all the business rules. So see, this is getting more technical. So yeah, once we'll have system, so I will first show these things, then only I will proceed with other steps. Okay. So right now, just understand that business rules are basically the rules which are which we are using for consolidation or carry forward scenarios or posting any journal values. Finance type model can't use the consolidation monitor, but it can use all the business rule except elimination and adjustment. So finance type will not use a consolidation monitor since it's a part of consolidation only. You can use delivered model or create your own. So since SAP have provided a bunch of model, so we can use that model or we can create our own model as well. The consolidation engine can be used for either consolidation type model or finance type model. Most model consists of 10 to 15 dimensions. Every model type, category, account, time, entity, and some require more. So category, account, time, entity is basically for planning, and for other like rate and others, rate and consolidation, we need rate as a dimension as well. So this is how we can create models, and this is how your model screen will looks like. You will go to the navigation page. Under these three lines, you will go to you need to go to models, and then we will have this consolidation and this management consolidation. So I don't think this management consolidation is there, but I don't know. I think it seems to be earlier one. Ownership and rates. Under we don't have management consolidation. We will have planning in place of management consolidation. Okay, for creation of the model, first we need to input the ID. We need to go to new, then input the ID and description, and then click on next. Okay, so it will ask you whether you want to create a model from scratch or you need to use the existing one. Existing means the SAP defined one. So if you will click on existing defined one, so under existing defined one, we will have everything like standard script logic as well. If suppose any currency translation or anything will happen, so we will have that thing as well. Or we will have business rule, we will have business process flows, process templates, and everything will be there. We just need to explore that. Okay, so we will select a blank one, and under existing we will see all kind of dimensions and script logic, DMPs and others. Okay, so based on our need, we will decide accordingly when we come into this one. And then for creating new model, the step 3 would be whether it would be of 3 parts. Okay, first one would be my standard. Standard would be my no other model will be involved. So under standard, it will be used for planning only. Second one is finance. Finance is used for only rate model, and consolidation is my ownership and consolidation model. Okay, so right now we will just use finance and standard. Okay, so under this also we will have some drivers or rates, and we will define that what are the key figures, what are the ID length, what is ID, whether it is in string, char, data type. Okay, so data entry mode. So this is for YTD model. Okay, so we can input data like cash equivalents, sales revenue. This is not needed for periodic. Yeah, for data entry mode in standard one, so we will have basically these 4 dimensions, and for financial we will have CEATR, where R stands for my currency or rate, and for consolidation one we will have CEAT, audit, group, intercompany, subtable, and currency. And for creating model, we just need to select the dimensions. So what dimension you want, you can just click on that tick mark on that dimension and it will get selected. If you want to copy a model from any existing model which is available in the system, then you can you can use like this as well, copy from source. So what will be there in that particular model will get copied from there to this one, what you are creating. And afterward we'll have a review and create. So once we'll click on review and create, a model will get created. After editing the means creating the model, we can go to edit and we can edit the model as well via settings. So under this edit model, we'll have this kind of general settings like large key figure, normal key figure, work status, enable comment length, and source data. And feature used within a model, like whether if we are using a work status, so what work status will do? Work status is basically the data log step, data log. Okay, so under this data log we have owner and reviewer. So owner will view the data and reviewer will need to input the data log. So they two all have the access. Owner is my super user and reviewer is my basic user. Then data audit. Okay, so data audit feature will also enable in a model. We can select, then my data audit will work. So under this data audit, if suppose anyone will make any changes in the data, you can able to view that via data audit catalog. Okay, if master data will get changed or ID will get changed, you can have a track of that as well, that yeah, on that date that means that ID has changed this data or manipulated this data from this to this. Okay, then journal templates only relevant for reporting models. So journal templates are relevant for only reporting one. Then enable comments. So select this option to use comments. So if suppose in the input report, if you want to input any value or any means comment, you can use this one. And use as a source of data means if you can use as source of data for external application, means this process will work when you are taking data from means SQL or any XYZ RFC connection. So this we will see once we'll create. So I don't think we need to create all different model because we have limited data only. So let's see what models and so I will create, means we will create all models. Okay, and we'll see in which model we will work. Okay, so these are the basically environment. So environment is a main means a playground area. Under this we will have dimensions, and under the dimensions are the basic building block, and under dimension We will have rates. We will have models like rate model, consolidation model, and ownership model. Okay. So this is how your model and dimension will come into existence for SAP BPC. Just while creating environment, we need to activate, and under environment, if everything is created, it is ready for use. Just click on save and process. So this is our first technical one, which we have completed based on the model, how to create model and dimensions. Okay. So this would be the third topic would be my DMPs, like data manager packages. So this is a very interesting and important topic in BPC point of view. So this is like means once we create, so we will come to BPC, and once BPC will get means once BPC will start working, and then we need to just create the DMP packages. So DMP packages are basically the lifeline you can consider of a BPC. Without DMP, BP system will do nothing. So this is the most important part, okay, for data transfers and all. So we are using DMPs. So under this, we will able to understand about the configuration and use of DMPs. And once we are done with it, then we will close today's session and we will start next session. Okay, on coming days. Okay, so DMP is a package which will use which we are using to import, move, copy, transform, manipulate, and clear the data from EPM add-ins. Okay, so under those EPM add-ins, we will have these much functions to import the data. So how we will import the data? So first we need to create a transformation and then conversion. And once we will do that, and then we need to create a DMP data manager package. So under that data manager package, we can take the data from the system itself. Okay, we can import the data. We can move the data from one place to another. We can copy the data. We can transform or we can manipulate or clear the data as well. It provides basic extraction, transformation, and load. So yeah, BPC worked on ETL principle like extraction, transformation, and loading principle for advanced business users. Okay, it allow to modify package prompt and script logic files. For example, DMP are created against delivered BW process chain. So what is process chain for BW is the same for DMP's data manager package is for BPC. Okay, so data manager package are basically the process chains in the BPC. So what is available in BW? Package can be bundled into package links. So each package will have different kind of package links. Okay, and they are different from each other. Package and package link can be executed from BW process chain. So what it will do? So we will input the package list. Okay, so once we have the package list, it will show the it will once it we will trigger this. So what happen in the BW side? It will trigger the process chain and we will get the data in the BPC. So this is how DMP tab will looks like. We need to go to organize. Under organize, we will have three things. Organize package list, organize package link list, organize data initialization. Organize package list will have all my master data. Organize package link list will have all my transaction data process chain. Organize data initialization. If suppose if we want to change only some transaction data, then we need to run this one. Organize data initialization. Okay. Below this we have transformation file. So as I told you, we need to go to new transformation file and create a new transformation from scratch. And then we need to go to manage. If we want to make any changes in our transformation, then we need to go to manage transformation file. Once we are done with manage, and then we need to save and we need to validate the transformation. Once it will get validated, and then we will go to conversion files, create conversion, manage, validate. Okay. Right now, how I am speaking like this, so it is not that much simple. So we literally need to understand how this thing are working in the system. So once we'll have the system and some amount of data, then we will directly go and check and do this one. And under this run package, so we will go to run package. So it will show different process chains with different package link list. So once we'll click, we will able to see the status in view status. Okay. And in run package also we have two type of things. Once you will start run package, it will directly run. And the second one is if you will start run package, it will ask you for prompts, that for which prompts you want to run the package. Okay, so it depends how you want to means create the package link list. If you want to create it via prompt, then it will ask for prompt. It will, if you will ask if you want to run it directly, then it will run directly as well. For data manager tab, we have two ribbons. First one is my connection. Second one is my data manager group. The connection ribbon is the place where we define the web service connection, where we need to reach the data manager feature. And the data manager group is where we can perform all business planning and consolidation access data tasks like run package or package links, view package or package link, upload flat file, download flat file, preview flat file, organize package link, package links, package, and delta initialization, create and manage transformation, create and manage conversion files. And this is about our security part, data manager and security. Okay, so we can define tasks that who will do this data manager task and who will do this task. So if we want that owner should run only admin packages, then we can input run admin package, and once we will click, so we will assign owner name over there. If suppose we want someone will need to only edit the package, then we can do like that also. Okay, so we can apply locks as well, and we can apply security as well on different tasks and their task profiles. So these are the profile descriptions. Like run admin package, it will view and run package, which is set in admin package and user package list. Second one is run package, it will view and run packages set to the task type user package. Third is edit package, so it will edit, create or delete package, or change package type, or add transformation and conversion file. It cannot change the file name. Edit transformation will edit, create and delete the transformation files. Edit conversion files. So edit conversion file will edit, create and delete the conversion files. Cancel any user package, so it will cancel other user package. Only NetWeaver provides the capacity, means provide the ability to cancel. Means if suppose you have a package which you have outsourced from one system to other, so you can cancel it. Edit package schedule for any users. Here you can view logs and change the schedule for any kind of package. And then edit package links. So you can edit, create or delete package link. Upload data. So you can upload the data as well via flat file. You can download the data as well, and you can maintain the delta initialization settings as well. If needed, you can run it as well. So package groups are defined into three types. First one is my data management, second one is my finance process, and third one is my system process. So under data management, we will get all the master data. Under finance management, we will get all the GL accounts and other data. Under system management, we will maintain the hierarchies and different types. So if you upload, suppose if you have a flat file, right? So this is the package what we are talking about for upload. So this upload function will work for transaction data only, not for master data. So DMPs are basically the process chain. Okay, so how the process chain will work is like start, load data, and import into model. So this is how our BPC data manager package is working. And see, these are the things which will come under data manager package. Like first one is our organized package list. So under this, we need to go to add package, and we need to input the package name, whether we want to copy transaction data. So just click on the copy transaction data and add. That's it. So our copy transaction data package will get created. If we want to run the copy transaction data, so we will just go to organize, or if we just go to run, and we'll just write copy package, so it will run the copy package transaction data, what we have just created now earlier in the above slide. So under this, we will provide a path for process chain also. So once we will add now, so the second option, modify package, will trigger. So we'll just click on that, and we will just provide the path for process chain in BW. So what data is there in BW, it will get that data from BW to BPC. If we don't provide as well, it will also we don't have any issue, because we are already doing the mapping in transformation and conversion file. Okay, so the copy data manager package will start run. So under here, if you will go, so that is what I have created. Okay, so under that, if you want to copy copy transaction data for XYZ particular entity, then we will have a prompt as well over here. Okay, like copy transaction data, if you click on copy transaction data, it will ask for a prompt. That means if you want to input a prompt, you can input a prompt, or you can select all. Okay, so once you select, it will ask you for a transformation file, or means copy the entry. You can input the entry, and then you can just run the package. So once we'll have system, I will show you step-by-step scenario how we are creating data manager package and how we are running this DMP. So you will get more familiar with this. Okay, right now don't panic that yeah, these things are there. So once we have system, then we'll do. Yeah, just remember one thing, that if we have any work status available in the system, or if work status is applied, then it would be very difficult to run the package, because what happens, work status will lock the particular cell. So if it will lock the cell, then your process chain means package will get failed, because it will not allow you to write any value in the cell. So once it will not allow, then it will force the package to get failed. Okay, so make sure that when you are running the DMPs, your work status needs to be open. It should not be closed. Okay, so these are the silly things which we need to take care of. So once we run the package and it is getting failed continuously, then we need to check the work status as well, that whether my work status logic is open or closed. Okay, so after conversion file now, we will have an option of work status. If you go to data now, we will have a tab as work status. If you'll just click, so it will say that open or close. Just check it is open. That's it. It is in data. So we have home in the Excel. We have home, insert, page layout. So in the data, we will have work status. So once EPM will be there, now if you will click on EPM now, you will able to see the work status. That's it. So you can lock it via model as well, and you can lock it here as well. So it depends. If you will lock it via model, means admin rights, you need to must have admin rights. If you will lock from here, you need to must have user rights. Okay, so admin can lock it from there also. So if admin can lock, so then you will not able to input anything over here. Then you need to remove that lock and make sure that both locks are in sync only. If one is working, if one is locked and one is open, then it will not work. If both are locked or both are open, then only it should work. So this is how we can view the status. And we can view the status of packages that are currently running and packages that have been completed. Select view status, and under view status, we can see. So here we can see view status as well. So yeah, after run package, are you able to see view status? Here you can see view status one after run package. So once you will run the package under this one, so it will, you can able to see the status of the package, whether it is successful or fail. Okay, under this view status one. So this is what it written. Select view status, and then view status, the package status dialog box up a resume of various packages. If you want to view the detail log, or under this view status, if you want to see a detail log, whether what kind of report I means what data I have filtered and what was get loaded in the system, you can able to check that as well. And schedule status uh, means package status displays the result of package that are executed already. So under that, when you open the view status now, we will have lot of packages successful fail. So it will show my existing packages which we run in the system itself. Okay, schedule status displays the schedule on which various packages are set to run. See, this is how my view status will look like. So this is the succeed. So once you click on this succeed one, you will able to see the package logs. Under this package log, how many records are transferred, how many records are not transferred, what is the reason for not transferring of records. You will able to see everything, each and every details. And data update option are also available. So after importing the transaction data, there are normally subsequent update in the source system that also need to be imported. When importing transaction data multiple time, there is also a chance of data duplication. Okay, so always when you are trying to, or when you are going to import the transaction data, make sure you need to run the clear package first. So once you run the clear package, it will clear all data, and then run the copy transaction data, so that it will copy your data from fresh. Otherwise, in BPC, it will not override that function. It will just add the function. Okay, so you need to take care of this as well. So when you are copy the transaction data, you first need to clear the existing data, and then only you need to clear the existing data via clear package list in the master data, and then only you need to apply that copy transaction data. Otherwise, it will just to double up the values. Okay, or when you will use the delta data manager package, so what it will do is it will definitely, you need to definitely input any prompt. Without prompt, it will not allow you to run any delta manager package. Okay, so in delta manager package, there is a least chance of having data duplicacy available in the system. Okay, so example is, after importing the May flat file on June 1st, you receive the adjusted file on June 2nd with all of the same record with two exceptions. Actual benefit have increased from 1500 to 1600, or there is a new record uh, for actual direct labor for 160. So there are two main options. Run a clear first. So what I told, run a clear first, then import the flat file transaction data, and then run that package. So it will not allow you to have a duplicate entry. You can schedule the package as well, like how you are doing in process chain. So we will just go to means if you want to schedule it once, twice, daily, weekly, monthly. So we can do like that also. For copying of flow type, means opening and closing, we are using this approach only. And we can able to see the process chain as well in the BPC. That when you click on this DMP data manager package, which process chain will get triggered in the BW, and for what time it would be. For checking the process chain in the BW screen, we will have a T code as RSPC. So just click on that RSPC and you can able to view your selected process chain, and you can view it in data manager package as well, data manager as well. Okay, so if process chain start from, if there is a process chain which we are using in BPC, so we generally start it from BPC only. Like you can see clear transaction data, copy, export. So these are the DMPs. So what DMP we will create? It will create a process chain there back in the backend as well. Okay. Yeah. So based on these three, we have completed the models, we have completed the dimensions, and we have completed the data manager packages. Okay. So this is how we will again, once we will have system, we'll again go through this thing like creation of model, creation of dimensions, and the data manager packages. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary data source for SAP BPC 10.1? Option A, flat files. Option B, relational databases. Option C, SAP BW or SAP HANA. Option D, Excel spreadsheets. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BPC 10.1? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management, all at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we'll unravel the mysteries of SAP BPC 10.1. Think of it like a Swiss Army knife for planning, ensuring we've got enough goodies and getting them where they need to be. From the basics to expert tips, we've got you covered. Crafted by seasoned pros, this course delivers the goods. Your mentors, top-notch veterans in the field, ready to guide you through and tackle any queries you throw their way. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students are singing their praises. Folks just like you have found this course a game changer. Best part? It's easy on the wallet. Learning doesn't have to cost a fortune. Ready to become a SAP BPC 10.1 maestro? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So when it comes to BPC, okay, that is business planning and consolidation. Okay. And as you are going to work on 10.1 and this is 11.1. Okay. So hardly there's a few some difference, cosmetic difference, right? That also we will cover. Okay. But other than that, functionality, logic, everything remains same. Okay. Now, when it comes to BPC, business planning and consolidation, SAP has released this tool, okay, having three components. One is like this web planning, okay, which you can see right now on the screen. Here, what one can do whenever they will log in into any BPC server, this would be the landing page, okay. There they can see home, library, my activities, okay. Second would be EPM, which is Enterprise Performance and Management, okay. You would be, once you have EPM installed on your system, you would be able to see one additional tabs, basically two additional tabs. One is EPM, second would be Data Manager. Okay. What's the use of this? How we can work on it, right? That we'll cover later. But so this is the second area. Third would be, your backend, how your data is getting stored. So here we have BW for HANA. Okay, so these are the three components which covers your BPC tool completely. The SAP logon pad, which you can see here, right? Once you'll be logged on right into this one, this would be, because it's 11.1, so which runs on BW for HANA. 10.1 runs on BW 7.5, but what you have to do, what actions you will do, those are most likely same. Okay, so here as well in the backend it's of BW, plus you would be able to see BPC as well, that will show you. Okay, basically these three areas which covers your BPC application. Okay, whenever any project comes, whenever any opportunity comes for planning, okay, then when it comes to work as a consultant, what one will do, they will log in on their BPC web link. Okay, once you will log in on your BPC web link, So 10.1 screen would be little different. That would be much straighter. Here, basically, you are in My Activities tab. Okay. So in 10.1, you would be able to see, right now you can see go to My Activity, but there you would be able to see environment. Okay. So what is environment? Okay. Environment is basically, you know, what you are going to create your application, whether it's planning, consolidation, right? That's a shell, environment shell. By default, it's a SAP thing, which covers your overall application. So whenever you will be logging into any new system, you would be able to see environment shell. Okay. So here, how to access that? Go to this, click on whatever environment you can see, and this is the environment shell. By default, in any new SAP BPC system, once you log in, this would be the environment which you will see here. In a layman term, you can understand environment is nothing. It covers your overall application. In one environment, you can create many models. Okay, so this is a practice server. Okay, so where, you know, different requirements we are having. So for because of that, we have created it as a embedded, but you would be able to see only standard, okay, in your company server, as well as to any BPC 10.1, 11.1 classic version or standard version. Okay, so around the globe, mostly standard one is the most, you know, most kind of a common and preferable server which any client goes for, right? Because that's much straighter, and that's good for planning. The difference between embedded is that embedded is mostly for BW consultants. So when it comes to embedded, so mostly BPC consultants get rely on BW consultants because of a lot of BW dependent functionality. That's the reason standard one is the most, you know, common one and the popular one. Okay, so for a time being, you can ignore all the other environments which you can see, but whenever you will be able to log in into a new system, you would see environment shell. That is the first thing you would observe in any BPC system. Okay, now the thing is that this is environment shell. Okay, now there are two things which you know, I think I can cover, but like, can you help me to understand that any of you is going to play a consultant role or only a user role you are going to play in your company? Because the activity which I'm going to discuss, that is more for consultants. Since you have mentioned that like most of you would be playing consultant roles, so let me show you this exercise. So when you will be able to see a new system, okay, so right now you are in environment shell. Okay. Now what you need to do, you know that, okay, you have to create a planning implementation, right? You have to work on implementation for planning, let's say. Then you need to have your own model so that you can design the system accordingly. You can although create your models and everything in environment shell, but that is not recommended, because environment shell is the environment shell which is very common, having a lot of, you know, libraries and all, which is mostly technical. So that actually helps you when you do backup and restore of your application. So what you can do when you are working, so normally when you start as a consultant, you would see three instances. One is development, second is quality, third is production. So when you do in development system, you do the development. In quality, you do the testing. Once you are ready with your application, you move your application from development to quality. Okay, when you move, then you get many issues, right, during that activity. So to avoid all such things and to not to, you know, modify or having a negative impact on standard environment shell, what we recommend to create your own environment shell so that you can easily move. For example, Roja is having a different server and you are having a different server. Okay, so it's better to create a different environment, not for every model, but at least if there's a, you know, different server or having other dependency, so that anytime you feel that you want to move it to quality, you can move it. You don't need to depend on other team members, whether when their application would get ready, only then you can move it. Okay, so how to do that? So for that, go to environment. Okay, click on environment, right? Here you can go manage all environments. So this screen would be exactly same to 10.1. Click on environment shell, okay? Click on copy, and there you can give any name. Let's say planning, okay? Planning, any suggestion, any nomenclature you would like to suggest. What you can do, you can give a name of your company, okay, or of your division here as well. So let's say I'll put it as like uh, XYZ, okay, for a time being. And here you can just give a description, or you can skip this and you hit on copy. Then what system does, it will start copying the environment, okay. Normally in a new system or in a company specific system, because environment number would be less, right? System can create environment very easily, but sometimes in practice systems, although this is a one-time activity, you don't need to do that. But I'm showing you so that it would be useful for you in future whenever you have to create it, okay? So whatever planning we'll be doing under this environment, okay? So let's try, okay? I hit copy. Sometimes error also comes because it's a copy, it's a server, it's a practice server. So but don't have think that what's happening, because this is the standard and only way to create any environment. So you can see when we are creating the environment, our own environment, okay, which is nothing but we are copying the standard environment shell. So what is a standard environment shell? Yeah, we'll discuss, but you can see flow, entity, category, account, okay. Now what are these? We will take later. So some activity is going on. So that's in progress, and it depends on the speed of the server as well, okay, but it won't take much time. It will be done soon. Okay, so you can see we have created a environment, our own environment, which is planning underscore XYZ. So this is the environment which we have created, okay. Similarly, when you are going to have a planning implementation or something, this is the first activity, recommended activity to do that, okay. Now what environment does, right? So whatever activity we will do, whatever application we will build, reports, dimensions, our data, everything would get reside under this planning underscore XYZ. So how does it plays a role whenever we move anything from development to quality, okay? You would see a lot of time that it's recommended to always offline your environment. Right now you can see these environments are online, right? You can see online, 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 right? So that's a prime activity when you move any data, I mean any object from your development system to quality system and so on to production. You always need to at least make it offline while taking the backup and restore. That also we'll see, okay. So if I don't cover this, then for consultants sometimes it becomes a tricky area, that okay, what exactly needs to do, because they never interacted on this area. They simply just log in and start building anything on an environment shell. And if environment shell is having issue, your whole application, everything comes under that area where you can't do anything. So it's always recommended to have a separate environment in case if anything needs to be changed or modified, at least you have your safe environment shell. So is it clear? Right now you can see it's online. What we can do, just click on this one and click on connect. Okay, so since it's 11.5, it's a little bit faster as compared to 10.1. So you can see now we are in our own planning XYZ environment. Here you can't see, but in 10.1, you would see at the right bottom of the screen. Okay, but if you click on this one, you can see planning underscore XYZ. So far, is it clear to everybody that what is environment, how we can create it, how we log in, and how we connect into it? So now we have our own area. Okay, area, I'll refer environment shell, or our own environment as our area, our zone, where we can do our planning. Okay, so what we have to do here, some of the options are different as compared to 10.1, but they are just they are similar, but just a look and feel is little bit different, but the functionality remains the same. Here you can see administration, but if you click on 10.1, when you click on uh, top left corner, you would be able to see models, dimensions, right? Security, but here it's a bit different. So here we have administration. Okay. So for consultants, this is the important area, administration, where what they do, they create their own application, they build the logic which works on the dimensions, which works on particular model, right? They apply roles, securities, everything comes under this area. Okay, this my activities for the users, which we'll discuss later. When you define that what kind of activities one needs to perform, so that whenever they log in into this landing page, they will see simply my activities or notification, where they will be approving or rejecting some request. That's it. So that depends on consultants what right they gives to other users. Okay, so this is the area which covers your overall planning and overall BPC application. Okay, now here we can see dimensions and models. If I click on this, I can see first dimensions, then models. Okay, the master data. But other than master data, what does dimension covers? So that actually answers that question, what it covers. But what is dimension? So I'll start on dimensions. So guys, like in normally SAP module, other than EPM, so this SAP BPC is related to Enterprise Performance Management. Okay, if we keep it aside, or keep some of the modules which are not the standard one. So if I talk about standard one modules of SAP, those are SAP FICO, SD, right? They all, in all of them, right? What's the common thing is that when it comes to master data is residing under a particular table, right? As you have mentioned, company code, right? So that is getting stored under a particular table, right? Based on that, a web consultant creates some program logic, or functional consultant does the configuration. Okay, and then you'll be able to see your screen, which is good to capture any transaction which are happening at company level or at company code level. Okay, but when it comes to BPC, okay, so BPC is not a transactional system. Okay, this is a reporting system. This is mainly for the management, for MIS reporting, which fulfills MIS reporting needs. This is for the CFOs. Okay, now if it's not a transactional system, then how does it work, right? So, and in any system in the world, okay, that is having two type of datas. One is master data, second is transactional data. Transactional data is nothing, just a figure which lies at the intersection of the master data. Similarly, if I talk about dimensions, okay, so in BPC, there's no standard tables which will capture a data for your business or for your client, right? So you have a dimension concept, right? So dimensions are like a info objects in terms of BW if I speak, okay? If I say, sorry, so that is like an info object, right, in BW. But I believe if you don't know BW, then again, it's a kind of a different term for you. So I'll explain it in a very easy and common term, okay? So doesn't matter from which place or which country anyone is. I believe everybody is aware about the bank statement. So what does bank statement covers? Your name, right? Your bank location, your transaction detail, right? Your account number. So what's the unique information in your bank statement? Your account number, right? Because a person with the same name, with the same entity is possible, right? But he can't have a same account number, right? He can't have the same multiple account number, right? So account number is unique thing. So when I talk about account number, customer name, bank location, transaction amount, currency, time, right? All these are independent terms, but this is creating a, a meaning to $100, right? Let's say a guy named Nick having $100 who has done transaction at so and so time from Texas location, right? So all these informations form the bank statement. Similarly, what are dimensions? Dimensions are nothing but that covers, your business, right? Your business. If I talk about business areas, not like business area of SAP Pico, but your I can say like what is dimension? Okay, see your profit and loss statement, right? If you see that, okay, what you would observe that okay, my income, my expenses, right? What are the drivers for those, right? Based on that, you need to identify your dimensions, and in the end, what should happen that your business for which you're going to plan, for that everything should fall within your dimension. It shouldn't happen that okay, something is required for your business but that is not getting covered in your dimension. If that is the situation, you would not be able to plan your system. I know right now it's hard to understand like okay, what is dimensions, because I'm not talking about any bookish term or any any anything. It's totally related to practical, right? So I'll show you. If we go to dimensions, okay, now what you can see here: account, audit trail, category, entity, flow, input currency, right? So when you create a model, right, some type of dimensions you need to create. Okay, so before that we'll see that what does it covers. Okay, so for example, if I go to account dimension, this is standard dimension. Okay, what it has: ID. These are the members, okay, which you will be able to see in your reports. At this level, you'll be able to do the planning. Okay, there's a description. Okay, this is simply like a SAP table you can see, right? GL account at stores. Now, after description, whatever column you can see, this is called or referred as property of a dimension. What you can refer it as a property of a dimension. Okay, or in BW term, you can say it as a characteristics of a dimension. So account is a dimension, right, which is very important dimension for any BPC or any EPM tool. Okay, so by default, system has generated couple of kind of properties which you should focus here, which you should focus upon. Account type. Now, what does account type suggest? It tells you about the nature of a account. Okay, for example, balance sheet, it's of asset type. Okay, so right now it's a standard one, so system has already created it. But when you'll be creating for any project or for your company, right, then you'll be able to fetch it from SAP system as a master data. Okay, there if they have maintained it, then you can see that, else you need to maintain it manually, or you can upload the master data from Excel sheet, and then you have to check here that okay, is it mapped against the correct account type or not, right? What's the impact it's having, that will cover in our reporting area. Second is like, you can see it's having like rate type for the closing average, right? So these are kind of a standard properties which are associated with the dimension called as account. Okay, and this is having a hierarchy. So there are two kind of dimensions. Okay, one is like the system generated one. Second is like user defined. Okay, for user defined, you would be able to see this as user defined U1. Okay, And for all the standard one, you can see easily type as account, audit, category, entity, and currency. So that was about the base of a dimension. Now how to create the dimension, what we can do on dimension, that we'll see in some time. But before that, is it clear that what is dimension, how it works? I mean, how it works, I'll take it further, but what is it? That's about dimension, but how to create a dimension, right? That's a major activity which keeps on coming at consultants end. Okay. Now, why does it keeps on coming? Because in any BPC planning project, what happens? You start to build your application, you start to build your system, right? And during the build, you realize that okay, your data is also coming. You need the data at so and so level. So for that information is not getting captured in your existing dimension. So you need to create a new dimension again. So that's why you create a new dimension. In other tools like Hyperion, Oracle, system doesn't allow you in between. In BPC you can do, but some exercise also needs to be performed as a prerequisite. That also we'll cover later. Okay. So how to create a dimension? Okay. Click on new and create any any ID. You can create it. Like I can create my own dimension by my own name. Okay. All I have to do is like I have to choose what kind of a type this dimension would have, so that associated properties, standard properties I don't need to create. They will be created by default. Only I need to change it. For example, if I create it here as like planning, let's say planning account. Okay. Now there are these type of dimensions I can see, right? Type of dimensions: category, audit, entity, group, currency, subtables, time, and user defined. So which type of account dimension I should select from this list? It should be account. But in case if I don't want to create it for as a standard one, then I can go for user defined. Okay. So for time being, let's go for account and I click on create. So this is the screen where we came now. Okay. What it has, it's having properties as account type. Okay. Rate type, scaling. Scaling is just how you are showing in a report, right? Now what it has, okay, it's asking from referential integrity for rate type. Okay, I can select here, right? We'll discuss here, we'll discuss later in our model part about this one. But now it's saying it's it's asking for hierarchies. Okay, if we want to create any hierarchy, we can give any name. Okay, like add, and you can give like parent 1. Okay, and save it. Any name you can give of this hierarchy. Go to back, click on back. Now what you can see, need to be processed. Okay, select your dimension again which you have created and click on process. Do you want to take environment offline? I know that, okay, I'm not moving any object, nothing, right? So I can select no. Now what it will do, it will process the dimension. But understand here, when you will be doing processing, it's not that easy. Many times you would observe few errors. Okay, so you need to clear those errors, then only you will be able to see this process. But what about if it never get processed by this one? Then there's another way as well, which will get covered into models. So this is how we can create our dimension called account. Now let's go into a planning account. Now what it's having, it's having nothing. It's a blank dimension which we have created, right? We have an option of creating a dimension with members by copying the dimension as well. Okay. Now we have created a hierarchy with the name as parent 1. Okay, you can see here we have given it name as parent 1. That's why it's showing parent 1 as a hierarchy. Okay, now how does it work? Okay, So now what I'll do, I'll create a dummy account. Let's say it is like GL001. Okay, and I can mention here any description you can give it. Okay, INC stands for income account. Okay, in parent I won't do anything. Okay, now again I'll create a different account which is like GL002. If I try to create a account with the same name, should system allow me? Definitely not. But sometimes, when we populate the data or, we pull the data, then, we do some mistake by transformation file and all, and then system won't allow us, right? If you see here, it would say like ID is not unique. Okay, so it should be unique. As I made it unique, system has turned red into green. Okay, so now we have GL001, 002, 003, right? It doesn't have any parent. All are children member, or all are independent members, right? But if I create another account, the name, like let's say GL, and I put here, suppose this is normal member, right? But if I have to, I want that 001 and 003 should fall under this one. What I need to do, I'll mention here GL parent name. Okay, now what I need to do, I'll click on save and process. Do you want environment offline? Say no. So my dimension has been processed. Okay, so when you see this data, okay, whatever you can see under the dimension, this under the column ID, we refer them as a member. Okay, what is it? Member. It's a member of a dimension. Okay, what are the other columns? Account type, rate types. These are the properties, right? Property member INC. Okay, and to a dimension, overall GL dimension, we call it as a master data, right? This is our master data. So you can see we have created it parent as GL00, right? Now what does it do, right? How we can see that? So if we go here and click on hierarchy, we can see a hierarchy view. If I expand it further, then I can see GL001, GL003. If I have to change the structure, I can go back to list. So this is how you can create a member, and this is how you can create a hierarchy, okay, which will play key role in your reporting and in your requirement. Okay, now here couple of things I need to share with you. Okay, so when you create a member ID, okay, always try to create a a very straight one and easy to understand kind of a ID members. Avoid using many underscore in that, because system won't allow you after some time. Plus, if you have included capital letter here, right, make sure, because BPC is a case sensitive tool. Okay, when you will pull the data from from SAP, okay, when you will update any master data, any transactional data to a flat file, you would have a lot of issues because of this case sensitiveness. So always make sure you use the correct and the same name which you have used already in your members. For example, in order to create a parent one, right, I use the same name in the same case sensitive format, right? It's in, everything is in capital letters, GL. If would have been GL in small, then it would not recognize it. Okay, let's say you have GL003, sorry, not 3004. Okay, let's say you have this much of data. Okay, what you can do, either you can copy directly, simply copy it, go here and click on add and just paste it here, right? System would allow you to do copy paste. Else what you can directly copy whole Excel in one go and just put your cursor here and paste here, okay? Or you can upload the Excel file which you have, okay? That is known as flat file upload in the dimension. That also you can do, okay? Since we have like copied the cells, so it's better that at least I put the properties and we can use it further as well for our testing. Okay, so what we have done, we have created few members. Okay, we have added property description, we are skipping for a time being. Okay, and then we have created few parents as well. Okay, we have tagged few members with the respective parents, and let's see how system goes. If I click on this, do you want to take environment offline? Click on no. So this time ideally system shouldn't allow me. So you can see it's not allowing me. Now if I see the details, what you can see, so guys, we'll be also taking all those, try to take those issues which you would have in your implementation days, so that you would get some experience as well. And because this training purpose is not just to covering the sessions, right, it should also give you some exposure, right? Okay, now what kind of error we can see? First is like start validating member formula and validating the member hierarchy. Okay, the member changes are allowed by BPC component, so and so. So mostly it's related to and validating member formulas. Okay, now can anybody tell me that, okay, because we have already created these as a members, right? Why system is throwing me the error? I'll make it more easy for you. We have already created GL001, 002, and GL00, right? Then why there is error coming here? So you can see even this sounds, or when you look at it, it looks very small issue, but it can take a lot of time during implementation, because there would be a lot of pressure of timelines or creating something. Then consultants miss this and they tend to lose time, that okay, system is not allowing you, something is happening, right? So always make sure that you use the correct uh, characters. If that's in capital letters, same should be maintained in that way here as well in the system, else it would give you error. Then again I'll come here, I'll click on save and process, then system will again show me the same error. It won't take much time, so you can also cross check again here from in the same way while doing the same thing. Now this time sure system would allow me. See, dimension have been processed. Okay, all you can always see the details here. Okay, now we have created few more members, we have seen what role the list is playing. Now we have created more parents, right? Let's see how our data looks now, right now. Okay, so what we can see now, we have three kind of hierarchies: GL00, GL002, and GL005. Okay, if I expand it further, I can see it's having 8, 9, 10. If I go here, I can see 1 and 3. On further expansion, I can see 6 and 7 falls into 1, and GL011 falls under 3. And this is what. So you can see that, how this parent hierarchy, creates an impact on your dimensions design, which you creates. Okay. So that gives, a better look and feel is as compared to the list view, because in list view, right, it's hard to understand until you have experience, right? You can't understand what's happening, what's parent one, right? But when you see the hierarchy, right, although now you can understand it because you know the concept now, but if you see here, right? You can easily see because of this pictorial representation that okay, 8, 9, 10 are the members or the children of a parent 002, right? Now you know that okay, how to create this dimension, how to create parent, how to create properties, what role they play, right? Now let's understand what's happening when I create a particular member as a parent, others as a children, right? Whom I'm referring to as a children, those are falling under a particular parent node, right? So the parent node like GL002 is a parent, okay? GL008, 9, 10 are the children of the parent, okay? So BPC is a tool or maybe mostly EPM tool would use such hierarchy, I mean such terminology which you would be able to hear like parent and child relationship, or it's like, or in terms of SAP Roja, I can say in terms of FICO, it's like, group GL or sub GL also, right? But now what's the difference here is that if you will be able to, or if you try to save anything, okay, if you do any posting, any transaction, okay, at GL002 level or to at any parent level, system won't allow you. BPC system won't allow you to do that, okay? Where you can save the data only at the children level, okay, that is 008, 9, 10. I know that you are thinking that what I'm talking about all of a sudden, right? Because if you are talking about parent and child relationship, then this is just to know. Later you will see and realize that okay, how the system is working. So in BPC, you can't save the data at parent level, right? You can only save the data at children level. So that's why it's very important, whatever report you are having or input form, right? You will be able to, you are inputting the data at the base level or at the children level only, else system won't allow you. So far we have seen that how to create a account dimension, okay? Now if I have to create a customized dimension, let's say, okay, so for customized dimension I can take and I can create anything. Let's say I'll create as a model, okay, any description, and here you would select user defined because you know that it's a customized as per your requirement you are creating. So you need to create a user defined. When you will create it, system would not create any standard property or characteristic. Properties and characteristics are same. Characteristic I'm referring in terms of BW terminology. Property I'm referring in terms of BPC tool, okay? So if I click on create, now here what I can see, scaling is just number of zeros which you can see in your report, or that depends on your look and feel. But other than that, you are not able to see any property here. There's no property. It's completely blank, right? That's the difference between the standard dimension and in the user defined dimension. For any requirement during any implementation phase or project phase, you feel that okay, you want to have the data, but you don't know under what category that data should fall, okay, then you create a user defined dimension which is a customized dimension, okay. Later if you realize that okay, some of the properties which you need, you can create it in your way or you can copy as well, okay. So this is my customized dimension. I won't do anything here. If I have to create like anyone asked me that can we create a multiple hierarchies, you can create multiple hierarchy as well, okay. Click on save. Now this is what we have created model, right? Now what it says, need to be processed. So if there would be any error, okay, in the dimension when you created it, even if you process it, and if it turned into red or in the same zone, then it means there's some issue in the creation. How you can rectify that, that we'll see later, okay. But let's say if I have to process it, what I need to do, I have to select it and then hit process, select no. Okay, now it has turned to green. You can see processed. If we go there, what we can see is a blank dimension called as model and having two parents, parent 1, parent 2. And let's say if I create a member, okay, you can also practice at your end by creating many dimensions. Okay, okay, I hit on save and process. So my dimension got processed. And if I click on hierarchical view, so what I can see, one ABC right now, this. I can't see anything else, so I'll go again. Now why I'm not able to see it as a parent, 10,000 as a parent. Now we are clear about the dimensions, how to create the dimension. Okay. Now we move towards model. So what is model? So functionally you have very well articulated that our structure, right? So technically what my structure is, my structure would be based on my dimensions. Okay, a model is, I can say a view or a overall area which will encapsulate my application, right? In an environment shell, it would be my model, right? So my model would be dependent on, would be created based on my dimensions. Okay. So I'll, one thing more, because I'll be referring model many times. I don't want you guys to get confused because of this one. Let it be. Okay. Now model. Okay. So if you have observed here, right, under administration, the first thing you can see is a dimension, because that's the first thing which one needs to understand. What role does that play, right? What's the use of that? And then only we can see models, right? So model is my structure of the application, right? Which is made up of my dimensions. Okay. So I can create any kind of a model. Okay, for example, planning model, rate model, ownership, consolidation, you can see here, right? Now what's the difference between these? Okay, in any EPM tool, right, when it comes to do planning, right, that's the most unknown part, right? And it goes client to client, that okay, how one can do planning in what way, right? Because there are n number of ways to do any planning. But when it comes to consolidation, consolidation is very standard uh, pack which SAP has released, right? There are particular ways which you need to follow, right? Correct. So not like consolidation, planning is very open area, right? Which you can create it in your own way. Okay. Now what's the difference? If I click on planning, this is the standard model. Okay. When you create a model which is a combination of the dimensions, right, you can see to the right side model containing exchange rates, right? Here you can see rates as a model. Okay, if I go to consolidation, what extra thing I can see here, other than rates, I can see ownership as well. Okay, now what is ownership and all, that we'll discuss during the consolidation part. But in consolidation, whenever you do consolidation for any company, right, whether the company is having a subsidiary or holding company, that relationship needs to be defined. Okay, for that we have ownership model where there's a data, and then we can use ownership, we can create a ownership structure in our consolidation, right? So for that, we have a consolidation ownership model as well. Okay. Similarly, if I go to rates, then I have a rate model. As the name suggests, rates. It contains exchange rates. So what kind of a dimension you can see? Category, currency, account, entity, and time. The combination of these dimension forms a structure. That structure refers that what particular kind of a model it is. So this is related to a rate model because it's having a currency, it's having a rate related accounts, rate related entity, time, as well as category. Okay. Anyone having any idea about category? Okay. So category is a type of a dimension. Okay. So guys, as I've suggested you, you can, log in into your server, you can create few dimensions. There you will be able to see that, okay, other than account, there are other dimensions as well, which are standard ones, right? What difference that is having? That's the difference of the properties, which you'll be able to see. So category, what does category contains? It contains what kind of a data I have, whether this data is actual data, budget data, or forecast data. So basically nature of the data, this dimension covers. So we refer it as category. Okay. Now, if I have to create my model, okay, how I can create my model? There are a couple of ways to create the model. Click on new. Okay. Anything you can, give any name. Let's say planning is already there, right? I can give like XYZ planning. This is the name of my model. Okay. Planning model for XYZ. Click on next. There you can see under source model, there are two options. One is my blank model, which would be completely blank, right? Here I can start from the scratch. Second is existing model. If I click on existing model, I should be able to see these four options, right? Rate, ownership, consolidation, planning. Why? Because these are the existing models. That's why I can see only these models. If I select rates and try to create, then no matter what name I have given, the type of model I'll be ended up is of creating. I'll be ended up creating is of rates type of model, right? Which I don't want. So what I'll do, I'll click on blank. Now go to next. Okay. Now what I can see here, I can see reporting. There are three options. One is consolidation, second is financial, third is standard. I know that I'm doing a planning, so I definitely don't need to do consolidation. Now comes two options, whether it's standard or financial. What does the difference it makes? If I click on financial, just observe to the right side. If I click on financial, did you see the change? It is showing the option of rates, right?
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes.
right? It's showing the option of rates. If I select standard, there would be no option of rates. Okay. By mistake, consultants forget to select financial. They just hidden on standard and select next. When they create it, later they identify that okay, they don't have standard rate model. Why the rate model is not connected to my planning model? Because my model type is standard. So always go with the financial ones. When you have to go with the financial ones, whenever you have a requirement of having a currency conversion, whenever your company is having operations running in many other countries having different currencies, by doing this you don't need to again need to do any script logic or programming to fetch the data from other models. Automatically your rates is associated with your planning model. Okay, is it clear? Always select financial. When you need to select financial, whenever you need having a need of currency conversion or you need exchange rates, right? Never forget to select financial. Okay. Now, other thing what you can observe here is a key figure length. Okay. Now, there are two options, large and normal. What does it suggest? If you put here your cursor, you can see supports up to 24 digits before a decimal point and 7 digit after a decimal in transactional data. So I believe you all are expert, financial expert. So have you ever seen a transactional data of 24 digits, which is required in any system? I never seen that. I still remember in, back, it's like 7 to 8 years back in one of the project, right? They selected normal, but issues were coming. SAP was not able to support because of the large volume of the data. Then we had to select large, right? It resolved that issue for some time, but then it invited unidentified lot of issues again, right? So since then, I never use this option. I'll again suggest you not to go with a large one because that depends on your hardware, right? On your sizing as well as your memory of the system. That is being decided and driven by your basis consultants, correct? Who are taking care of the server. Okay. So go with the normal one, go with the financial and hit next. Right now, for example, this is a practice server. There's not a lot of data, let's say here. Maybe it allows me, but during the implementation, once it has a lot of entries and all, then it will throw me errors. Okay. But that you need to take care of it while creating the model since start. Always go with the normal. Okay. If I go to next screen, to the bottom of this pop-up, I can see in red. Right now it's coming in red because it's 11.1, okay? But you will be implementing on 10.1. There you won't see it in red, right? Now what does it suggest? You must select one dimension with the following types: account, category, entity, currency, and time. Or I should say you can't create a model in BPC without these 5 dimensions. These dimensions are must to have to create the model. This is a SAP certification question as well. This comes in the exam. Okay. What are the mandatory dimensions? Or sometimes it may happen or it might happen again, or maybe in future you will come across many BPC consultants who claim that okay, they are BPC consultants. Okay, if you have to examine them, simply ask them that okay, what are the mandatory dimensions in the model? Those who have actually worked, they can explain you. Those who never worked, only theory concepts they have, they can't do that because they either they have learned it but they won't be able to remember or recognize that, right? Because they never created a model. Now these 5 dimensions are required. Why these are required? Because these are the 5 dimensions which gives some meaning to my model as well as to my data. Without them, data would not be completed. For example, I need a GL account, right? For any transaction, I need to tell the system what kind of a category, what kind of a nature of the data this is, whether it's related to actual, it's related to budget or forecast. I need to tell the system this transaction is related to which location. That's why entity is required. Then of course currency, right? Whether this is USD, Euro, INR, right? And time, under which month this transaction happens, right? So if I select these 5 dimensions, although these are the standard ones, right? But I'll choose what we have created. So what we will create, whatever you will also create, you will be able to see here, right? You just need to drag it down. You can see planning account. This is what we created, if you remember, right? See, in standard model also, you are telling system that, okay, what is your reporting currency? Okay. So by default, you can select it. Doesn't matter that you have only one currency, you just keep it there, right? How that will make an impact, I'll show you in the reporting part. But yes, that is mandatory to create. Then comes my category, then entity, and then currency. Okay, so for currency, I can see reporting currency here as well, and I believe I saw input currency as well. So if you don't need, I can unselect it. I can choose this currency as well because the dimension type is of currency. So as I selected the 5 required dimensions, you can see it has turned to green from red, right? Because we have fulfilled the requirement. And this is the interview as well as exam as a certification question as well, right? What are the important dimensions to create the model? Okay. Now click on next, copy from source. Okay. Before that, I would like to show you again XYZ planning. Now we have been talking and working on BPC front end. In the beginning I have shared that okay, BPC covers 3 areas. One is like EPM, which is for reporting. One is second one is BPC web link. Third one is like my BW, my backend, right? So why did I stop here? To give you a real-time exposure how it will work. So what we need to do, we have to go to BW for HANA. So guys, this is BW for HANA, right? You are practicing in the latest server, but in your company it would be 10.1, so you would be able to see only BW. Just double click here, okay, and then when you will be logging into 10.1, okay, where you will need to look at the changes which you are doing at BPC, right? You have to use the transaction code as RSA1. Okay. Once you do RSA1, then you would be able to see info provider, that detail here, right? But this is BW for HANA. This we won't use, we'll be using which one? We'll be using list cube. What is it? List cube. Easy to remember. A list of the cubes, info provider. Okay. As I said, model is something which consists of dimensions. Model is info provider, dimensions are info objects. So that is why it's a very easy transaction code to remember, list cube. Okay. Now in info provider, if you go there, right, this is the list which contains my model, my dimensions, which are either exist in BW or in HANA Studio or in BPC. Here, simply one thing more I would like to show here. See, you can see so many, descriptions here, but these are not related to BPC. How do I know it's not related to BPC? Because there's a technical naming convention which BPC follows. If anything related to BPC, right, that has to start with CPMB. CPMB is the prefix. Is it clear to you? CPMB. This is also same in 10.1 as well. CPMB. The only difference is that in 10.1 you will be using the transaction code as RSA1. Okay. There you will be able to see a info provider list. Okay. One of them would have this naming convention to the right side, CPMB. If you expand it further, then you can see your environment shell. Okay. But since this is BW for HANA, right? So here, if we have to identify, we can directly search the name, right? But before that, I wanted to give you that exposure, that how my data is getting saved under what technical name. So always it's easy to identify which component is related to BPC. Just look for CPMB. Is it clear to everybody? See, there are a lot of standard ones as well, right? But we don't have to do anything with those. We have to just go for CPMB one. The standard ones, we can use it when we'll be deriving the data from SAP system. Clear? So CPMB would be the prefix. This is the standard nomenclature, right? So for example, for time, right? If I expand it, so this is the technical name for the time, CPMB BODJHIK, right? So from CPMB, I can understand this is related to time. Okay. Now, why we are here, right? I want all of you to know what we are doing in BPC front end. We don't have to do the same thing at the back end. We don't need to. Many consultants, many clients are confused with this concept. They think that, okay, we have to create it again in the BW as well. No, the answer is no, we don't need to create it. It will get created automatically. Okay, it will be auto generated by the system. I'll show you how. XYZ, for a time being, I just select XYZ and I try to find it. It says not found. That means it has not been created in BPC. That's why it's not visible here. But the moment we'll create the planning model there, we will be able to see here. Okay. So now we are going to see that does the changes automatically gets replicated or not. The exercise which we are doing, same is applicable on 10.1 as well. Okay. Now I go here. Okay. I just click on next, next, next. Now here what I can see again on this screen, it's revalidating review and create name XYZ planning. These are the dimensions and this is the type as financial. If for example, by mistake, if I would have been selected as standard, I can go to previous again. I can reselect financial. Okay. So always in BPC, always review before hitting the final button. In this case, create. In case of reporting, it would be execute. Okay. If I click on create, system will start creating the model. So we'll see. So it says model has been created. If I go here, I can see these are the these are the dimensions in my model: category, entity, input currency, accounts, and time. Okay. Is it clear so far to everyone? Now, what I'll do, I'll go here. Okay. I'll select XYZ. I can see it's not found because that pop-up window was already open. So I need to close it. Sometimes you need to refresh it. But let's try again. I'll select X, Y, Z. So what I can see now, XYZ planning, it was automatically created at the back end, right? We didn't do anything. This is showing whether this is a cube, a characteristic, I mean, an info object or dimension, or what is it? This is just a pictorial representation. Okay. For example, time, our account, right? Model we have created as a dimension, right? Correct. So whenever you will be see model, okay, not this model, the model which you create, you would see this symbol, right? All of the dimensions which I created, they will be created as an info object. So account, product, these are the info objects. Okay. And we call these info objects as a dimensions in BPC. But here there's a difference, right? This is just to link what somebody refers in BW, because your BPC is having a a database as a BW. So to make BW consultants understand the terminology which we use here, so that he can understand that, okay, what is dimension. But I'll tell you what's the real difference between the dimensions of BW as well as BPC as this. In BPC, you can actually create dimension based on client's requirement, based on understanding and everything that covers your functional part as well. But when it comes to BW based dimensions, right, those are just the info object, which are nothing, just a columns having the data of any legacy system. Doesn't matter whether that makes a sense or not, they just create it. Okay, so just to make backend team understand, right, we explain them that dimension is my info object, so that for them it's just a technical name, that okay, info object is this, right? But we understand, because since we are the one who are driving, who are creating the or planning or consolidation project, how it should correlate with them. So that's why, just for explanation, we explain them in that terminology as well. So is it clear? Model, you can say, right? Info cube as well, you can say. Info provider also you can refer, right? Plus, always avoid using say characteristic, because characteristic is just a property of our dimension. Okay, so what we have done, we have created XYZ as this our model. Okay, so you will come here on this screen, you will select it. You can see that technical name was auto generated by the system. We didn't do anything here. Now what to do? Execute it. Here, field selection for output. Click on it. Select all characteristics. All characteristics means those are those which are important field, right? They will get selected, right? You can see we have dimensions like category, entity, currency, account, time, as well as signed data as well. We can see, did we create a signed data? Yes, it's system generated. But why system has generated? So remember, whenever we will do any anything in BPC, right, any data we will save, that will get saved under this heading or header, you can understand, because since this is the first class, as a signed data. Signed data is nothing, that stores our transaction amount. Okay, request, this is nothing, you can uncheck it. Click on execute. Okay, and then again execute it. So you can see this is my database. Right now it's blank. This would be same for RSA1 transaction as well, right? The only thing is that in transaction in RSA1, when you will be hitting, for example, if I show you, so such kind of a screen you can see in RSA1. Similarly, same like this screen. The only thing is that here you would be able to see, you will be able to see info provider, okay, by the name CPMB. So what you need to do, you need to expand it, then you can see XYZ. And similarly, you will double click on that part, right, and then this screen will come, this one, where you will be doing the selection and all. Okay, it's list cube, and in 10.1 it is RSA1. Okay, so right now we can see that, okay, we are in our cube. This is the second area. Right now it's blank, right? As we do some transactions, as we start working on our dimension members, then only we'll be able to see that, okay, how my system is playing the key role, right? How my data is looking and all. Okay, I go back again to my model. So this is my model, okay, which is XYZ planning. How it's looking in the backend, I can see here, right? This is the technical name. Okay, these are the same dimension name what you have created, same you would observe here as well. So what we discussed today, what is dimension, right? How that works, what type of dimensions we have, how we can create models, right? How my model is working based on my selection as a standard or financials, right? What type of models I can create, how I can create, whether blank or with the existing one, right? How my database is working. Okay. So this model and dimension is clear. I hope it's clear at BPC web link level, right? I'll refer it as a BPC web link. So at this in this component, I believe this is clear. And in BW, I believe it's clear to you as well, right? That how my dimensions and model is looking, correct? Remaining is this EPM. So how these three are interlinked with each other, why these three fulfills overall BPC application, right? So we have seen that what we are doing in the front end, same changes have been replicating, the same changes are getting replicated to the back end as well, right? But what about EPM then, right? So that we'll see now, okay? So far, suppose if we are in this hierarchy, okay? Now, here what would happen if I expand it further, right? If I understood your question correctly, right? If I have, let's say 100 in this account, 100 in this account and 100 in this account, then you are asking me that at GL002, like how it can have 300? Would it be add auto roll up, or do we need to do any aggregation, right? So okay, so I'll be showing that in this sheet, I mean in the report. But any which ways, to answer your question, the thing is that since whatever if we maintain as a parent and child, whatever child would have, right, that is getting auto populated or auto rolled up at parent level. So we don't need to do any aggregation for that. In BPC, that is automatically happening. Okay. So the parent would always be summation of its children. Similarly, if let's say I want to enter 300 at GL002, okay, and I want that what I entered here, right, system should allow 100 to each of my children, right? That is not possible in BPC directly, okay? But if somebody has to do it or having such kind of a requirement, right, that we call it as a top down planning. Okay, normally we go with the bottom up planning, but the scenario which I am talking about is like a top down planning. Okay, so how to achieve that? So for that we need a ABAP consultant, okay, who will create a body program. Okay, that's a body. I believe all of you are very well aware about the body, right? The program, the enhancement. So what he will do, he will create a write back body, which will write back the data to its children from the top end. So this is what happens. Okay. So that's how he will do. So we don't need to do that. We can explain our requirement. They will use the standard enhanced functional modules and they can do that. Is it clear? It's only possible through body when it comes to writing the data at parent level and allocating to the children level. Not just in 10.1, even in 11.1 also it goes in the same way. Okay, we are on this screen, right, which is just an Excel sheet, right? Excel file, you can open any Excel file. I'll open it from the scratch. So what I need to do, I have to go to EPM. Okay, so there are two tabs before I log in. Okay, one is EPM, another one is like data manager. Okay, now what does EPM do? EPM tab helps you to log in or to open any input form or any report which you have stored in your BPC. Okay, whereas data manager helps you to run and to execute any calculation. For example, in SAP standard, you do F8, right? You do F8. Similarly, you can execute the program or I mean any calculation through a data manager package. We'll take it later as well. So this is the third component of BPC, which is my EPM, which is Enterprise Performance Management. The look and feel is same like an Excel sheet. Okay, you have to log in. Now, before you log in, okay, you will have a connection thing, right? You have to go here, how to set up a connection. If you try to log in, let's say by your credentials, okay, situation may occur where you will not be able to see your own created model. How you have to, so what you need to do, right? Because you created, but you are not able to see here. So in your connection name, okay, either create duplicate or go to edit, okay, enter your credentials. Okay, now here what you can do, first check what environment you are into. So we know our environment is planning XYZ. I hope everybody remembers it, right? Planning XYZ. So that's the reason we created our environment, because everywhere you will be seeing environment. I could have ended up that in 30 seconds, but then later you would be able to, you would be coming and asking that what is environment, why we didn't cover. That's the reason I covered that and I created from the scratch so that you can relate it. So what system is saying, now select environment. We selected our own environment. Now we'll be able to see our own model, else we can't see that. For example, would have been selected, let's say ZaranTech BPC, and I could go for model and I'll be ended up choosing a wrong model because I can't see planning model, right? So that's the reason. Select first your own model on environment. Under your own environment, you can see your model. Okay. I can click on OK as well. And next time when I'll be login, I'll be by default login into my own model as well. But other option, what I can create generate connection name. I click on this. So what it's showing me, XYZ planning XYZ. I know that name can be confusing to you, right? But this is just for an example we created, right? I click on OK. As I clicked on OK, you can see now the connection name has been changed. So this is the important activity whenever you will be logging into any EPM system, right? How to create a connection, you should be able to know. Else you will be struggling that, okay, I'm not able to create my connection. Okay, is it clear? I'll again show you. What you can see here is server URL bw for hana.st this/bpc this. By default, system would show you this bpc/this and then https. This thing you need to take it from your basis consultant or any IT head of your company. They will share you the link, or you can explore the same here as well. This BPC link also you can copy here and you can paste here. Okay, is it clear so far? So this is how you can create your connection. So once you can create your connection, hit on OK. Export export is not possible. I'll tell you why. Because see, we create, for example, it's a server, right? If I have created it, chances and possibilities that you'll be logging in from your end, from your IDs, and you'll be able to see the same connection. But when it comes to system, right, every user first time they are logging in into the system, right? So by default, that's the first activity which every user, every consultant needs to create it at their end. So far it has not been replicated, but in case basis consultant, right, says that okay, they have single sign-on facility, then you might not need to go with it. You simply click on log on and you don't need to see that. But in that case also, right, that shouldn't be recommended because they don't know which model and which environment you will be logging until that is the only thing you have in your application. So now we have created the connection. So we'll be logging into EPM. So for that, now this is the EPM. Okay, EPM add-in is the software name, right? If you have to install it, right? Right now in server it's available, but in your company server, you can ask IT guy, or you can ask your basis consultant, right? That I need to install EPM. Only when they will install EPM add-in, then only you'll be able to see these two tabs, EPM as well as data manager. Okay, and many times the question comes, what kind of EPM, right? What version? So for that, you can click on about EPM, right? Here you can see the version 10.0 service pack 34, right? Depending on the company, on the hardware, this keeps on changing. Okay, so the BPC version is of 11.1 here. As you have mentioned in your company, it's 10.1. Okay, so what I'm doing, the examples which I'm covering, right, that covers both 10.1 as well as 11.1. It won't happen that what you are looking at in the training sessions, you will be having a completely different exposure in real-time server. No, that would be completely same thing. Only thing is that look and feel is a bit different, right? For example, here you can see the favorite library, right? Dimensions, something like that. There you will directly see dimensions models. Okay, other than that, there's no difference. Like in iPhone, we have like iOS 13, iOS 12 point so and so. So that's the only kind of difference it's having. Otherwise, everything remains same. Plus the backend, the server, right? Because of the compatibility, that is 10.1 is running on BW 7.5, whereas this 11.1 is running on BW for HANA. So this is the EPM. We have successfully logged on into our model, which is XYZ, our model planning XYZ of the environment planning XYZ, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a module in SAP BPC 10.1? Option A, consolidation. Option B, planning. Option C, profitability analysis. Option D, supply chain management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BPC 10.1? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management, all at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we'll unravel the mysteries of SAP BPC 10.1. Think of it like a Swiss Army knife for planning, ensuring we've got enough goodies and getting them where they need to be. From the basics to expert tips, we've got you covered. Crafted by seasoned pros, this course delivers the goods. Your mentors, top-notch veterans in the field, ready to guide you through and tackle any queries you throw their way. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students are singing their praises. Folks just like you have found this course a game changer. Best part? It's easy on the wallet. Learning doesn't have to cost a fortune. Ready to become a SAP BPC 10.1 maestro? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so before we move on to server, okay, in today's session, we'll try to cover about the data manager package. Okay, these all are standard ones, and if you want to see that, okay, which one is your environment, I believe you have created with the name NG2. Somebody has created with the name NG2, right? Natarajan, did you create from NG2? Okay, because the reason for asking is that because at mine, when I just logged in into the system and where the screen got hanged, so the environment is NG2, so I thought maybe somebody has created. So any which way, so here we can see that environment shell is there. Okay, that's of a standard one. You can directly hit on it, click on copy, create the environment. Okay, and then system will take time depending on the server. Okay, since it's on 7.5. So the look and feel and screen layout is the only difference. Other than that, there's some performance. Performance is like, BW for HANA, which is which 11.1 runs, right? That's a bit faster as compared to 10.1. Other than that, everything remains same. Okay. And also one thing more, like in case if you all are working on the same engagement, okay, of any planning project, so make sure you only create one environment. It shouldn't happen that everybody is creating different environment, right? Your models can be different, like for example, sales model, right? Your capex model, finance model, those you can create separately so that you can have ownership. But make sure your environment remains same. Okay. So today, other than knowing about how data manager works, what are the prerequisites, what are the activities, how it functions, we'll also see how EPM report works, right? What's the role of the data, how that makes the impact on the system, what's the role of my BW system as well. Okay, so those all scenarios will be trying to cover in today's session.
Thank you for the confirmation, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for your support. Okay. Guys, for a timing, now we are on 10.1. Okay. So I'll just connect with any environment. Okay. So I'll go with test 07 environment. And let's see, does it has any models? So it has the standard planning models. Okay. So, okay, in my last session, right, when I was discussing about, how BPC WebLink plays the role, right, as a consultant, when basis team will share the BPC WebLink with you, right, that this is the portal where you need to log in with your credentials, right? So by default, right, this is the landing page of 10.1. Okay. Here you can see environment is right at the bottom. Okay. By default, you will be in environment shell. So you need to do the required steps which we covered in last session by copying your own environment. Okay. And then you create your dimensions as well as models. Let's say within your company, right? I believe you must be in-house team, right? Who's responsible for doing the planning or implementation. But let's say you also sign up a contract with some other company, okay? So working on your planning project, okay? But you want everything keep confidential. You don't want to share with them. So do when the server is same, right? As you rightly mentioned, in that case, environment is the best thing because that allows you to give access based on IDs as well. So what they need to do, they have to create their own environment and you will be working in your own environment. And they won't have access to your environment, so they can't access your models, dimensions, whatever design you are having. Same goes with you as well. If they put authorization, you also can't do that. So that's why it's good to have environment. Okay. And also other thing is that if, for example, mostly BPC goes for planning as well as consolidation. Let's say both are having dependencies, right? If both planning and consolidation, somebody starts doing in one environment and they have to move from development to quality. Let's say consolidation team says that, okay, we are done with our design, our testing. Now we are ready for go live, right? And they want to move their whole application. There are two ways of moving the objects. One is like through the transports, SEAT, you will go and create the request. Okay, then you will do the SAP traditional way by SE09 or SE10 by releasing the transports. Second is you will take the backup of your application. Now backup of application can be done on environment level. So what they would do, if they are having different environment, they will simply backup and then restore in the quality. In that way, their work would not be dependent on you. But in case you both are in the same environment, then they can't do that. Because if they do, right, then again, whatever changes you are doing because UAT has not happened, then they would always have dependency on you. So it's better to have different environment in such scenarios. Other than that, feel free to have a different model. Environment covers your model, dimension, report, logic, transaction data, master data, everything comes under environment. And the
Okay.
beauty of it is that in BPC, as compared to other SAP modules, in those you have to collect all the objects individually. Here, if you don't know, or maybe let's say you don't want to do that, simply take the backup, which depending on the size of your data, that takes hardly from 10 minutes to 30 minutes. You just backup and simply restore. You don't need to worry that, okay, like, did I lose some object or not? Okay, so
Okay.
that would simply create the same replica in the quality as well as in the production as well. Okay,
Okay.
but once you are go live and once you are in production, then refrain from replicating or doing the restore of your backup, because your system is running right now. You don't
Mm-hmm.
want to replicate the whole application. So in that case, you have to follow the traditional way of creating the transport and releasing that, so that you can track that, okay, who has moved a particular object, what impact it has made on my production system. So uh, now we are in 10.1, okay, and we have already like mostly standard models we have, but we want to create our own model. Okay, so what we will do in order to show you how data manager plays the role, how EPM will work. So let's have our own model, okay, because if we go and again create dimension all, then it will take time. So what I'll do for time being, we'll consider test 07 as the environment, okay, and I'll simply copy this ID. We can give any ID, like let's say now. The thing is that why we are copying the model when we already have a model, right? Planning, correct? Anybody is thinking in that way? When we already have a planning model, right? Why do we need to create another planning model? Since we are not aware that who has created this environment, right? At what level they are using these models. Have some data, in particular this model, right? And if I want to remove any particular dimension from my model, then system would not allow me until I clear that data. Okay, right? First thing.
Right.
So that's why I wanted to create a different model. Now the thing is that in case if the dimension is same, right, then we can create our own customized dimension. But since it seems new, okay, so that's why, and to keep our model look different as compared to other models, that's why I have created our own model as planning XYZ. Now few dimensions which I don't need, I can remove them. Okay, so if you have to remove or add any dimension, simply click on add remove, and then you will be able to do that, and then you need to again save your model. And I tell you, planning and consolidation are the business concepts. What matters is all these technical workarounds, right? Because that becomes showstopper during the project. If you are, not aware or never touched such part of the system. So that all we will try to cover during our sessions. So now our planning model is ready, and we have seen that it has a couple of different dimensions. So let's see what product has. So it's a user defined dimension. So it has product A, B, C. Okay, this can work for us, not an issue. So now our model is ready, okay, and we know how to create dimension. Now comes our EPM part, right? That what I'm going to do with this structure, how it will work. So for that, we have to log in into our EPM. So what we need to do, either we can create duplicate. So we'll create duplicate if somebody has created it. Then we'll select and click on edit, because we want that whenever we log in, as this is one-time activity on any project you have to do, we want that whenever we log in into the system, by default we log in into our own system. Now here, two things. One is like you are entering the credentials, okay? But in case if you are basis consultant and your company decides, let's give all the users single sign-on option, then you don't need to give ID and password every time, okay? Now here we will select our environment, which is test 07, correct? Then our model, right? Which we can't see here. Wait a minute. Okay, so what's happening? First, we have to this part, we can cover later as well. But let me just go here. So actually, we have to assign the authority as well, right? That okay, which user can access. So this is the ID which I'm using. Okay, you can see data access profile. So don't worry about this section. We'll cover in detail as well. But for a time being, when you are not able to see your own model, when you have selected your environment, that means your ID needs to have that access. So the question which Minu asked that, okay, what's the use of having different environment and all? So you can see Minu, even we are not able to, log in into our own system. But now we have, since we have admin access, that's why we can allow it by going to data access profile. Okay. Here we can select all members. So these are the security areas we'll cover in detail. Okay. So earlier it was not coming. Why did it now? Why we can see this? Because you have allowed the access. Okay, in our security part. So that will cover in detail as well. So I have created the connection name by hitting generate connection name. System will generate the connection name with your model name. By your model name, you can have your connection name and simply click OK. So this is where we have to log in. Now we are into EPM. Okay, so EPM stands for Enterprise Performance Management. Okay, so when basis consultant install EPM add-in on your machine, on your laptop, then you will be able to see two extra tabs in your Excel. Okay, one is EPM, second one is Data Manager. Okay, so these two areas will start to cover in today's session. Okay, in EPM, what you have, you can create your report. Okay, you can edit your report. There are many ways to make changes in your report. That all functionality will get covered in EPM tab. Whereas in Data Manager, this tab is used to execute the calculation, to run the logic. Okay, that's why we use, for that we use Data Manager. Okay, now in EPM there are two areas you can see. One is EPM context. So EPM context is having what? It's having account, category, entity, measures, product, reporting currency, and time. So what are these? These are the same dimensions which we have in our model, okay, which is planning X, Y, Z. You can always see the data connection as X, Y, Z. Okay. Now, if we go there and if I click on models, how many dimensions can you see here in this model? There are 6 dimensions in this model. But when I go here, right, in my EPM, which is connected to my same model planning XYZ, okay, how many tabs I can see in Excel in EPM context? Is it 6 or 7? So the measures is the extra one, right? The 7th one. Even in exam or in interview, this question keeps on coming, right? Do we create measures as a dimension in BPC? Those who don't focus or don't know or having no exposure, they say that yes, we create, but no, this is not required to create. System generates it. System creates it by default. What it covers like the look and feel of the data, whether it's periodic, YTD, right? But we don't need to get into that because this is our planning model. So you can skip this one, okay? So never get confused that, okay, I didn't create measures. What's the role of measures? Similarly, in other, counter tools of planning, right? As compared to BPC, in that measures is something which you need to create. But here in BPC, it creates automatically. You don't need to do that. In consolidation, you can see that whether it's in YTD, MTD. So this is just to view the data, okay? So for in that regard, we can use that. Signed data stores what value we are passing in the system, what input we are giving. So that stores my transaction amount. Okay, that's a different one. Okay, that also we don't need to show in the system. I mean in BPC. But when somebody will write the body in ABAP program, right? They will mention signed data, right? So never get confused that, okay, I don't have any field as signed data. Signed data is by default created which stores your transaction data. Okay. Similarly, what measures does, you can view the data in different context, whether periodic, YTD. That's the only purpose of it. Okay. So most of the time you even don't need to use it because mostly all the functionalities you will be able to achieve by your report or by your client requirement, what they have. Okay. Now, how this EPM context plays the part, that we will see. But before that, what we'll do, we'll create a simple report, okay, or an input form. So there are many ways to create the report or input form. Okay, first we'll take very straight and easier one. Okay, to the right hand side you can see report layout, right? Correct. These are having all my dimensions here. Plus we have page axis, row axis, and column axis. So any report is having three sections. First is, let's say, my page axis, which stores commonly applicable detail on the report, okay, or from where you can drive or select or make any selection based on which the report will be driven. Okay, so page axis would be, at the always at the top of your row and column. Okay, then comes your row axis where you have any dimension in your row, and then you have your column axis. Okay, is it clear? I'll explain you further, okay, when I create the report. But this is how, the format of the report goes. Always whatever you can see at the top, that means that's a page axis. That's whatever you will do there, that would be applicable for whole report. And the report is a combination of rows and columns, like in Excel normal report we have. Now, what we're gonna do, we'll simply create a basic report. Okay. So there are many ways. First, we'll go with a very straight and easy one. I just drag account. Okay. Similarly, I can drag time. Okay. Now, what are these? I just dragged account in the row and time in the column. Other than that, there's another way. You can just drag, put it under row axis, and then time under column axis. So what we did, we put account under row axis, time under column axis. Technically, when I did this, system should create, a report in this manner. Okay, but it's not working because since I can see the data is older one, so we'll replicate with the correct data. So we'll remove it. Okay, now I have this. This is my report. For a time being, I close this. Now I want to understand what is it. Okay, so there's an option called edit report. Go to edit report. Here you can see that, in which column you want to place your report. So you can change the position as well. Okay, click OK. Now I can see my report is here. Okay, now this Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, this is nothing, simple, representation of the members of time dimension. Okay, here what it's doing, it's showing 2006 as the year. Okay, fiscal year, and having 4 quarters. Now if you double click on it, because you know that this is quarter, right? Here you can't save any data. If you just double click on it, it will get expand January, February, March. Similarly for quarter 2 as well, April, May, June. This is for quarter 3, and this is for quarter 4. Now this is for total assets, total liabilities and equity, and balance sheet. So these are these could be or must be a parent account, right? So let's do the same thing here as well. If I just double click on it, I can see total equity, total liability. On further doing double click, I can see share equity, retained earning. If I click on double total and total liabilities, I can see account payable, long-term debt. Okay, see whatever you can see here, total entity at the bottom, at the top of it, these are the children of total equity. Similarly, long-term debt, account payable are the children of total liabilities. Okay, because you can see there's a change in the position. They are, indenting towards right side. Similarly, total liabilities and equity is the parent of total equity as well as total liabilities. If I double click on it, then it will roll up again, right, to total liabilities and equity. Now you must be wondering that, okay, this is a bit confusing, or it's not that straight and all. It's nothing like that. It's very easy. There are other ways as well, right? But I want to, give you all the, exposure and experience, right, which you can have while implementing. For a time being, let's go with this example. So you can see when you double click on it, right, it expands to n number of levels, like depends on how many children it's having. Okay, now what I'm going to do, let's say I enter 100. Okay, so 100 plus 200 plus 300 plus 400, it comes around 1000, right? So ideally when I input these numbers, right, and in my previous session I explained and I shared that whatever data you will input to the children, it will roll up to its parent, right? So ideally in total equity it should show me 1000. Okay, so before doing that, what I need to do, I just input the number, right? It's looking same like an Excel, right? But where does it makes the difference that no, it's not an Excel, it's directly talking with a database. It happens when you save the data in the system. Okay, now how we can save the data? For saving the data, we have this save data, right, which is disabled right now. Okay, why it's disabled? So this is a report, right? Not an input form. Okay. So how to convert a report in input form? Okay. Those who know, good for them. I know that they might be getting bored in this session that, okay, like how it's working, but those who don't know, for them, okay, you can go here in options, sheet options, and here, okay, you have to select use as input form. Okay, all of you please pay attention. Always select use as input form and hit OK. Then only your report will be converted into input form. You can see the save data button is enabled now. Okay, if I refresh, right, whatever data I have entered here, what would happen? It would go. Why? Because I didn't save that in the database. So before doing the required action, right, what I'm going to do, I'll show you BW. Okay, so this is for 10.1. Why I'm showing you, why I'm going to show you, because we have created the model, we have created the dimension, right? Ideally my backend, right, my database table, that must be blank, right? So that I want to show you. And what would happen if I save the data, how it would behave, how the data get restored into the database, that all we need to know, right? So that's why. So here earlier it was RSA1 was in the use, or RSPC, but now the patch has been upgraded even in 10.1 as well. So you can use list queue. Here you would have option to choose info provider. Okay, we can search by the name. So this is planning XYZ. Okay, we know what's the name of our model. Simply search your model name, execute it, go to field selection for output, select all characteristics. So we can see it's completely blank, right? There's nothing here. So I go back to my EPM. Okay, so as I said, BPC covers three components or three areas. One is like BPC web link, second is EPM, third is my database. So for all those three areas, as a consultant, we don't need to do any connection. It will be automatically done, right? System will take care of that. We don't need to do any manual exercise for that. So we'll go with our example: 100, 200, 300, 400. Okay, I'll click on save. Now it says 4 data records will be sent. Do you want to continue? As you hit on yes, what it will do, it will save these numbers into the BW database. Okay, so what we can see, if it would have been successful, it could have shown, it would have been showing accepted count as 4, but now it's showing 0, rejected count 4. So this is how you will read the error messages as well. The more errors you will get during the build or during practice, that's good for your learning. Okay, so what's the error message? Total product of dimension product is not a base member. Okay, so this is related to total product. Okay, now I have selected accounts and time. I didn't select any product. Why it's giving me error for the product? See, what we have in our report is like account. Okay, here I mention account, or what I can do, whatever dimension you select, there are options. Whole report gets driven by these 4 tabs only. I go to sheet option. Okay, and here in formatting, okay, I can select repeat row header. So display dimension names. Okay, now I again refresh it. So what I can see, How many dimensions I have in my report? 2, account as well as time. If I go here 100, 200, 300, 400 and hit on save, what it does, it throws me an error about the product. Now the question is, when I selected only account and time, why it's showing me for the product? So it doesn't matter how many dimensions guys you will include in your report. By default, whatever data you will input in the report, it will always be across the intersection of the members of the dimensions. Now here we have EPM context. I can see my account is having balance sheet. Okay. Category actual, entity consolidation entity, measures I can ignore, product total product. So this is the only dimension where the member is selected by default as a parent member. That's why system is not allowing me. So the reason for showing you this example, by knowingly or unknowingly, when you have to create many reports and all, sometimes we forget to pay attention on our EPM context. Now how it can happen? It can happen because we normally, just to save the area, right, to make it broader, we just remove it, and then we think that okay, everything is working fine, but it's not accepting. That is because of EPM context. So always click on this one. Okay, here you are. So what I'll do, I'll select other member, any random member I can select, which should not be a parent. I'll select product A. Now what should happen if I enter 100, 200, 300, 400? Would it allow me to store or not? Yes, it will. So we can see accepted 4, saved 4, rejected count 0. That means whatever we have entered, it got saved successfully in the system. I'll click OK. And now if I refresh it, right, my data would stay in the report because it got saved. So what I can see, I entered 100, 200, 300, 400, automatically system is rolling up total entity as 1000. Okay, but what about this one? Total liabilities and equity and balance sheet, I didn't do anything here. Why it's coming? Because my total asset as well as total equity are getting rolled up to, total assets and total liabilities are getting rolled up to total liabilities and equity. That's why it's showing 1000. Okay, whereas if I expand balance sheet, so total liabilities and equity gets rolled up to balance sheet. Why it's showing me negative sign? Because of my account type property. Okay, now let's check in the database. So this is blank right now. Okay, just go back, hit it. So you can see that now there are 4 entries in the system. What are those? 100, 200, 300, 400. In BW backend system, you would not ever see any parent member data. Okay, that will happen only in EPM. Okay, automatically. So for BPC system never saves any roll-up data. Understood? Always remember this from a conceptual point of view. Okay, because it always saves the data at base level. That's why it will always save the data in the backend at base level only. It would not show any parent level data. So we can see there are unwanted columns as well, which you can hide it, or what you can do, you can go there, right? You can choose field select all characteristics other than dimensions, whatever it is, you can remove it, right? Make sure you always select sign data, which stores your transaction data, which we just entered in the system. Okay, and other than that, if I remove these are the properties. These also you can remove it. Okay, so we can see this, or to show you in a very Short manner, what I can do, I can remove this. Because properties are not required to be shown. So earlier, so guys, earlier, if I talk about 2 to 3 years back, like, these options were not coming earlier, like properties and all. Based on latest patch, now the system is allowing. Earlier, it was only showing you what you are going to save in your report. But now you can see whatever required properties our dimensions are having, they all are getting visible in the backend as well, because for backend, it's simply a characteristic, nothing else. Okay, so this is what we stored actually. Okay, these are the IDs for my equity. Okay, this is my entity, type of data. What kind of data I just stored? This is actual kind of data. Although in real-time scenario, actual is something which will flow from other SAP system or any other legacy system to your BPC. It should get stored in budget category, but just for showing you, this is the first time. That's why we have used actual. Okay, this is for product A, and this is by default the property. You can ignore this one, and this is the currency. Okay, and this is my signed data. Now here is my balance sheet a parent child, I mean a parent node or a child node. So if I select, let's say my product as total product, system would not allow me, right? So I had to select a child member. But here in account, I have a parent node. Then why system is allowing me to save the data, right? It should also be selected at a children node, right? Okay, so before I do refresh, okay. So the thing is that if you select any dimension in your report, okay, account, time, whatever, only those would be the active dimension drivers. I mean, not drivers, but you can say that my dimension would be driven by my report only, not by my context. Clear? For example, if I, I select, I edit report, okay. Now what I did, I selected product A, okay, in my report, which is the base level already, okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'll save the data, okay, this time. So did you see system allowed me to save the data even the total product have been selected in my EPM context as well? That means whatever would be in my report, they would get the preference, not the EPM context. But those dimensions which are not covered in my EPM report, that will be running through EPM context. So this is how EPM context plays, or it stops your work. Basically, it adds up the struggle, right? That why it's not working, why this report is having issue. So all such scenarios would help you and will make your experience much smoother when you'll try report at your end. So what we learned, that through EPM context we can select the members, but those dimensions, if they are already in the report, on that EPM context won't work. EPM context would be applicable only for those dimensions which are not present in the report or not visible in the report. And we'll take a look on our cube. So we can see budgeting entries as well, right? See, so this is the data we have created. Okay. So far, like before we move ahead for data manager or for other aspects, okay, of the report. Right. So let's see this. If I show you here, okay, it shows 200 right now. Okay, BS 211. Okay. Let's see how it works. I was coming on that part actually. There are many other scenarios. Okay. Let's say we take 700. Now, ideally 200 should get replaced with the 700. Only one record which is going to save. What we actually saved? We saved 700, right? So
Yeah.
what it did, system checks that, okay, 700 means 200 already there, then 500 more, right? So it makes it 700. Why? Because BPC is a software, okay, which basically works on, accounting mode, right? Debit and credit, okay? That's why it does the adjustment. Now, for example, if I have to remove this, okay, if I just remove it and save the data, now what should happen? It's 0, right? Now, what should system show me? 0. So what it will do? It will do the entry in debit credit way, okay? So you can see 700, right, got knocked off with these values having negative sign. 500, 700 minus 700. So that comes 0. It will never save 0. It will always replicate with the reverse number. Okay, because it's working in accounting mode, debit credit. So in BPC there's a way to add comments, okay, but it has some restriction. Okay, up to that level you will be able to give comments. So yes, it has that feature as well. So that will be covering as we go by for reporting.
How about the supporting document? For example, I have a document that I want to attach. So will you be able to attach?
Document is something which you can't attach, but you can definitely share a link of that, okay, in that comment, because it
In the
has a
comment
restriction.
section, right?
Yes,
The
it has a restriction. But as the other new tools in the market, right, which are available, in that there's no limit. You can save any number of pages as a comment as well. And the good thing is that here the comments would be, more like attached to a particular report, but there the comments will get overridden by the selection of data. So that's a good thing, and that is something, which you can't expect, because mostly we expect that, okay, in our database numbers or combination of the data will get stored, but that is using some different table to store that without having the same thing in our database. So like, right now it's BPC. Similarly, there's SAC for planning, right? SAP Analytics Cloud. Yeah, multiple lines, multiple pages, I would say. There is no limit to that one. Okay. So we have seen that, okay, how to create a basic report, how my child and parent node making an impact on the report when it comes to saving the data. Okay. How EPM context play its role. Okay, in terms of driving the overall report. Okay, now other than that, if I have to create a fresh report, okay, what's the other way, right? So for that, what you can do, you have a edit report option as well. Okay, here also you can see 3 sections: page access, row access, and column access. Okay, so what we can do, I can select here, move it, or I can drag and drop. Okay, I put that under page access. Okay, I can go there. I can select individual member. Okay, and then I click on okay. I can remove anything. Okay, in my time dimension, I'll select all and I just delete them. So now what I'm going to show you, those are the real-time problems and how to deal with that. Okay, So what we can see there, the last updated year is 2017, okay, and we are in 2024. So these members are not in the time dimension, correct? So what we will do, we'll go here, we'll go to our dimension. This is time dimension, right? This is where I'm supposed to make the changes. Agreed?
Yeah.
I'll go here and I can see that, okay, they have a lot of data, okay, as per the some requirement or scenario. What I'll do, I'll just scroll it down. Now I have to create 2024. Click on add. Okay, I'll create with simpler hierarchy. Sometimes it does because 10.1 is the older version, which is going to have a sunset by, let's say, 2027, and it depending on the server, right? So whatever weird things you can expect up to this 10.1 in the system, even in the real-time systems as well. So what it's saying, that error exists in the member list. So we need to solve those errors. I think that got created. That's why it's showing that ID is not unique. Okay, so in year, okay, so dimension got processed. Okay, now we'll filter. So you can see that it's not showing 2024.06, right? There's nothing, there's no member, but system sometimes does such kind of a weird thing. Then you can come back. Let's go again. Okay. Yes, so BPC demands a lot of patience with consultants as well. Okay. The system has allowed us. Now, what we'll do, we'll come here. Okay. We saw that still it's not showing. What we'll do, we'll cancel it. Okay. We'll go back here. And again, it's not showing us, right? Although we have created in our BPC web link, but that is not visible here in my EPM report. And on the other hand, we are saying that everything is connected. We don't need to do anything manually. Okay. So maybe let's click on cancel. Even I log off. I'm going to log in again. Okay. Okay. We are in the report. We have logged in again. Okay. I believe whatever changes had to be visible, that should be visible by now. Okay. So although I have to do the same exercise, I'll move it to page access so that I can centrally drive it. I'll select product C this time. I'll remove this unwanted parent node. I'll go to time dimension. So you can see that, right? Now There's another way as well. Okay, let's say you can't do, log off, log in again and again. Okay, so for that, ideally, this is something which you should try when nothing is working for you. Okay, I'll create 2025.01. So we have 2025 as well. Okay, now in my report, if I go here, I don't see 2025. I just simply cancel it. Okay, if I go again and hit on time, I can't see 2025. Okay, so rather than logging and log off again, okay, what you can do, click on more. Okay, and here you can click on refresh metadata. Okay, so that also does the job. Okay, so that you don't need to log in and log off again. Okay, go to time. See, we are able to see 2025, right, without doing log on and log off, right? Correct. So that's an easier way, but mostly people are not aware because they never tried that. Okay, so this is the way, and these are the issues which you will always have, or you can have, while having implementation, because whenever you create a new member, any ID, you would be not able to see in the report. Then what you need to do, and this action you need to perform, either mostly go for refresh metadata. That doesn't work, log off, log on again. Plus, as we have just observed, there was no unique ID, but system was throwing the error. Simply filter the option, right? Filter it out. If that is available, good. Not available, just go back and back again, right? Within the dimension and create. System would allow you. So this is a technical, flaw of BPC 10.1 version that happens not just in server ones, but also in real-time systems as well. Okay, so you don't need to lose your cool, just have patience and try again. So it would allow you. So what we're gonna do, so this is the second way of creating the report. Okay, see, if technically you are clear, right, then you can implement any scenario. It's just the terminology, whether be it planning, forecasting, consolidation, anything. It's just a scenario. If you know that, okay, how you will make the system work, right? What I'll do, I'll just simply select, I can select manually as well. I can select parent node as well. Okay, you can select the required members. Click on add members. Okay, now here you have option how you want to display in the report, whether in this way or simply in ID way. So I just selected ID so that that would take less space in my column section. Similarly, I go to accounts. I'll just remove them. I'll go to income, operating income, expenses, or let's say gross margin and total sales. We have third party sales, intercompany. I'll remove it. Cost of goods sales, material cost, labor cost. Okay, and then we have our personal cost. So here also I have options. So I'll choose description. I need only description, not IDs. So such kind of requirement keeps on coming that, okay, sometimes you want to view only ID, sometimes ID and description, sometimes only description. So you can select through this option. Okay, click OK, and you can choose the position where you want to show and just hit OK. So now we can see that this is our report. Okay, so that looks much straight and easier as compared to the last format for 2006 which we saw, right? So here also you have option, go to sheet options. For any report, always sheet option is the key. It has everything. Okay, now there are 4 tabs: formatting, refresh, and protection, that we will take as we go by. So here you can see that it has options like, display dimension names, repeat headers and columns. If I select this one, okay, and if I select this one, okay, then what would happen? Indent parent, indent children. Indent is there's like children are getting indented to right side, right? Because personal cost is my parent, labor cost, material, and third party sales are the children, okay? Or I can choose no indentation as well. Now if I refresh it, this is what I have. Plus other than that, I have other options, okay, to change the look and feel, okay, that how I'm expanding anything, whether member and children, descendants, okay. I can choose descendants and I refresh it because it's already expanded, okay. I can choose children as well. In a large report, you can do in this way, okay. So what I'll do, so this data will get stored for product C, okay. Since it's a parent but nothing came because these are not the direct children of this personal cost, so we can even remove this one, okay. So 100, 200, 300 we have. So these are the three columns, 100, 200, 300 we just saved for product C. So I hope everybody in this call is very much clear that how our, whatever we input in our EPM report, how that makes impact in my database, how it will look like in my database, right? So this signed data, so this signed data is something which we entered as a figure in our EPM report, right? That gets saved under the column signed data. It is at the intersection of the other dimensions members, right? Like budget, product C, USD, US. These are the accounts, labor cost and all, right? For these time periods, right? These for these periods. Now we know that, okay, how to create a basic report, how to just enter the data, right? How to play with dimension, with member, with model, right? Then how I can do things with the calculation, okay? How my calculation will play the part.
Suraj?
See, property is, in edit report, you can go, okay? There also you can go. You can choose or make selection based on properties as well. Here, this is the option, filter by properties, or there are EPM functions as well. Okay, so on which we'll discuss. Okay, when we'll be, only working on only working on reporting part. But here, like as per today's agenda, it's more about data manager package, right? And before data manager package, I wanted you guys to be on the same page with me that, okay, how that works and where that works. So for that, basic reporting knowledge was required. So that we have covered here. Now, this is what we have done on EPM, and this is what you will do on EPM tab. So this is all about creating the report input form. Okay. Then what about data manager? Okay. As I said, data manager is the tab which is used to execute the calculation, which is used to make the system work based on some conditions or based on some process chains of, okay, which are standard ones. So that actually process chains are nothing predefined functionality or calculation. Okay. So data manager is used to execute the calculation. How to create the data manager? Okay. So before creating the data manager, you always need to create a data manager group. Okay. That defines what is the data manager, what's the use of that. Okay. How to do that? So for that, we have organize, package list, package link list, right? There are different use of these. But before that, let me show you how my data manager looks like. When I click on run package, now what does this run package means? Package will execute a particular calculation. Okay. If you click on this, what you can see here, there are two process chains, right? In package chain, in package group. This is for model consolidation. Okay. having different process chains. These are standard ones. Okay. So before that, what we'll do, we have to create. Yeah. So here you can see connected to planning this one. Okay. But when we go there, that shows NG2. That is the reason it's not showing us our own model. Okay. So for that, what you can do, you can simply come here, click on this one. Wait a minute, BPC connection. Okay. Choose your connection again. Now, if we go to data manager, run package, we can see planning XYZ. Okay. And there's another thing, many times when you will select this thing, right? Even after then system would not allow you, right? So in that case, what you can do, go to EPM. Okay. And then you can click on report actions, manage connections. And here again, you need to select particular model and click OK. Okay. That you need to do when you try everything, but still system is not allowing you. Now, if we click on run package, okay, what we can see, data management. So all the basic operations related to data, for that there are predefined or ready to use process chains are available, which will do particular work. How it will work, that we'll see. For example, copy. It says copy transaction data. It will copy the transaction data from one intersection to other intersection. Okay. So if I select this, simply click on run, then it says handling of records, how you want to carry forward. There are many ways of doing that, but since this is our first session on data manager package, okay. So copy records with match key, or copy by replacing data in same data region of this, right? We can select this one, go to next. Do you want to run default logic? Now, what is default logic? That also we'll discuss. Click on no. Do you want to check work status? I know there are many new terms are coming for you, right? So that will cover. So for a timing, click on no. Now here we are. Okay. Now what it shows, based on our model, right? It's showing the exact dimensions which we are having in our model, right? Now we have to define, okay, we have to select how, as the name suggests, copy. What it will do, it will copy my data set from one intersection of the data of same dimension to other intersection of the dimension members. So for example, what I want to copy, I want to copy all these numbers, right, to where, to a particular any member which I'm going to select. Okay. So for example, if I believe we have done the entries in January, right? I'll select, click on add. So in the meanwhile, screen appeared. So what we're going to do, we will see that how this data manager does the work, right? How it can do particular calculation. So copy is the standard function offered by BPC. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll copy the data from January 24 to June 24. Okay. Without doing the same exercise again, because right now it's just 3 entries. Okay. But in real time scenario, the volume of data is huge. Let's say more than 5,000, 10,000, right? So it's not possible for you to copy and paste everything. So you will simply run the package that will do the job for you. Okay. Okay. And that was for product C, right? We won't do anything over there. It was for budget. Okay, so what we are doing, all the system is not allowing us to select it, but ideally it does. So we just entered in our source 2024.01 January data into June month. Okay, let's see whether it works or not. But this is how you will use the copy data manager package. If you hit on copy, so it again shows you that okay, this is what your selection, right? Everything remains same. You're copying the data from January data into June data. Okay. There are three ways in data manager package. One is like run. If I hit on finish, system will start executing the calculation, executing the process chain, right? Which will copy the data from January 2024 to June 2024. Another way is like schedule. Okay, schedule is like, you can run, you can decide that okay, after 1 hour it has to be running, or on particular day, that also you can do. Run and schedule, you want to run as well as you want to schedule, that also you can do. So we'll use run, click on finish. Some black screen is coming, I can't see what message it's giving, but let's close it. Now whether it's running or not, we can see the status and view status. We can see it has succeeded. Now, many times when you run the package, right, and if calculation is not much, it will directly show you the result, whether succeeded, failed, or anything. But how do you know whether it has done something or not? But if not technically, at least you can just double click on it and at least try to see that, okay, how many records it has written. So we can see that, okay, accept count 3, submit count 3. So at least 3 records. That means something happened, right? Ideally 3 records is what system need to copied, and if it has done that, then that means it's successful. What I'll do, I'll come on EPM. If my copy package has worked properly, right, I should be able to see the data in June month, but here we don't have June month, so we have to select again. So I'll just refresh it, right? We can't see the data because we didn't select that member. So now I'm going to have that member again in my time dimension. Maybe we need to close. I don't want to actually, we didn't save it. Let's say this is 2024 June month. Okay, I hit enter. Okay, I refresh. Now if it's June, right, as I refresh, system would show me the same data what we have in January. So this is how data manager helps you, right, to perform calculation without doing the same work by in traditional way, where you will copy the data and then paste it and then save it, right? So it saves a lot of time, plus we will do calculations. Okay, how that works based on data manager package, that also we'll see. So is it clear that why it's working and how it worked to everyone? So you can ideally, you can go to data manager. Okay, you can go to view status, you can see the status, double click on this. Okay, you can expand it and you can see this, everything would get covered here, that from here to this is the combination. Okay, these are the accept counts and submit count is 0. If there would be any error, submit count would have been 0, but here you can see it's 3. That means it has it performed the required calculation. So this is the log file. Okay, you can see for others as well, right? Because right now only in this environment I'm running, right? If you would be accessing the same model, you would be running here also. I can see that, okay, so and so user is here. You can see that, okay, user, right?
Okay.
So based on this, you can see that, okay, which user is working on where, what they have executed, right? So data manager package, as we have seen, we can, run it, we can schedule, right? We can execute. So there are many many activities which don't need human intervention, right? And that can be executed during the night times, right? Where we don't want anybody to wake up and, run the particular job or particular process chain, right? So we can automate them so that in the morning when they will log in into the system, automatically system will execute that. If there is any issue, any log, right, they have to hardly see the status in the morning. If the jobs have been executed, I mean the data manager packages have been executed perfectly fine, then you can see is succeeded. If there's some error, you can see failed. Okay, then what happened again, those needs to be run manually during the daytime if there's some particular calculation activity is dependent on that.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the advantage of using SAP BPC 10.1 over traditional spreadsheet-based planning? Option A, better data security. Option B, improved collaboration. Option C, faster processing times. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BPC 10.1? Our course is your ticket to mastering supply management, all at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we'll unravel the mysteries of SAP BPC 10.1. Think of it like a Swiss Army knife for planning, ensuring we've got enough goodies and getting them where they need to be. From the basics to expert tips, we've got you covered. Crafted by seasoned pros, this course delivers the goods. Your mentors, top-notch veterans in the field, ready to guide you through and tackle any queries you throw their way. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students are singing their praises. Folks just like you have found this course a game changer. Best part? It's easy on the wallet. Learning doesn't have to cost a fortune. Ready to become a SAP BPC 10.1 maestro? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website